I don't know what to do, he continued. Do you want me to commit suicide over this? It's all I've been thinking about. He was such 212. A gentle boy. I love my son and he loves me. End of interview. The door was quickly closed and it would not again open for a member of the press. And, despite his unusual expression of concern, Charles Remiro could not bring himself to act it out in person. He did not visit Joe in jail or show up for his initial court hearings. But Joe's comrades in SLA did not forget him. Bill Harris used his contacts in San Quentin to send messages to Joe. One letter that did not get through, meant for a member of the Black Guerrilla family, noted that conditions are certainly not good for our getting together. I want you to know I am fine and stronger than ever, despite some recent setbacks. We intend to overcome the setbacks in a powerful manner. Communicate my greetings to the soldiers there. On January 18, Remiro and Little would attempt to tell the world about the incredible conditions of their confinement in a communique, which their jailers seized. A copy finally reached the Phoenix newspaper, which quickly published it. The two jointly proclaimed their innocence of the charges against them. We are not guilty of crime and will not become so by failure to stand as politically conscious and socially motivated men, they wrote. Our crime is the realization that as revolutionaries it is our duty to totally support and recognize all those struggling for national liberation and the construction of a more humane and egalitarian society. This is our only crime. We have already been convicted and sentenced to one of their worst hellholes, San Quentin's adjustment center, even before railroading us through court. But we still grow stronger every day. The spirit of Lolita Lebron and George Jackson thrives here. We feel like the rabbit who was thrown into the briar patch for punishment. Remiro would later say that he was thrilled to find that everyone in the adjustment center remembered Jackson. Nobody says, I knew George Jackson, he would later recall. Nobody says, George said this or George said that. They pass the Bible around, you know, soul dad. Brother and blood in my eye. That's the Bible. In the hole, too, they've got it. The pigs rip it up every chance they get. But they get it back. But nobody ever says, I knew George, or George said this, or I saw George do that. Nobody says that. The fascist prisoners, you know, the Nazi prisoners, they won't say anything bad about George. The guards won't say anything bad about George. He's that sort of a threat, you know. Somebody says something bad about George, that person's going to get killed. Well, I'll tell you, no guard will come into the adjustment 213 center and say, George Jackson was a motherfucking fool, or anything like that. They won't even think of it. I swear to God, man. The Nazis, the tucking Nazi prisoners, won't even say it. The only way people in prison can do anything now is getting a firm hold on guerrilla warfare and guerrilla tactics. I think guerrilla tactics are very possible when you're in jail, especially when you have some of the most revolutionary people in the world sitting right next to you, you know. Outside the walls of San Quentin, investigators were having a field day with the now unfolding Foster case. No sooner had Remiro and Little been busted than search warrants were issued for their last known addresses. Thorough investigations were begun on everyone known to be connected with them. It proved to be a fascinating crew. Those who were actually SLA members saw it coming and, in nearly every case, went immediately underground as soon as they heard the news of the Remiro Little arrest. Willie Wolfe, who had been visiting his father in Pennsylvania, received a phone call from California on January 10 and quickly dropped out of sight. The Harrises and Angela Atwood disappeared from their Oakland apartment at 434 41st Street the same day. Emily walked out on her job at IJC Berkeley's Survey Research Center, and her husband failed to again show up for his post office job. Ms. Moon Solty Seek disappeared once and for all from her Berkeley apartment. The heat was definitely on. The raids the following day were direct and to the point at Peking Man House on Shabu Road, Russ Little's last known address, at 4614-16 Bond Street, Remiro Espad, and at the Oakland apartment of Nancy Ling Perry's brother, an address she had used to register the '65 Chevy van that Russ and Joe were captured in. Most thorough and fruitful search was conducted at the Shabu Road commune, where investigators walked away with a trunk load of books, posters, typewriters, an ML carbine, boots belonging to Russ, and an electric drill and a number of bits, possibly connected with the cutting of holes for cyanide bullets. Almost nothing was found at Bond Street, where police searched both the cottage in back once occupied by Remiro, 4614, and the little house in front, 4616, occupied by his old VVAW truant, Bob Hood, and Jeannie Dolly, a former Vince Ramos member who had been working in the Oakland VVAW office that Remiro had helped to set up. Jeannie, a strong-minded young blonde who had once been one of Ken Kesey's band of merry pranksters and a close friend of Jack. 214. Kerouac's hero, Neil Cassidy, told a crowd of reporters who had come to witness this altogether public search of her home that she had not seen Remiro in months and that the cottage in back had been vacant for at least 4 or 5 weeks. Despite their extensive search, the Bond Street investigators walked away with nothing more than 3 white unused typewriter paper sheets, a sales slip for some other paper, and a copy of American Rifleman magazine, to which Joe Remiro had apparently once subscribed. Over at Shabu Road, Peking House landlord David Gunnell served tea to the press while a 6-hour search went on, but he declined to discuss either Russ Little or Robin Steiner with them. He got his advice from a young lawyer who had become something of a legend in radical Berkeley, Dan Siegel, the former UC student body president who had once set off a small street war by advising students to go take back People's Park. Siegel also followed the cops and press corps over to Bond Street to advise Hood and Ms. Dolly on their rights while their house was being torn apart. He was joined there by another well-wisher, Reese Ehrlich, who had lived with his wife in this very same house early in '73. Ehrlich had been a strong radical student leader at UC and had helped to organize the violent Washington, D.C., anti-war protest of '69. His latest political activities had centered on organizing the Coalition to Save Our Schools. The most violent and effective critics of the much-hated Plan TC set up police patrols and an identification system in the Oakland schools. The presence of these well-known radicals simply reinforced the presupposition of the invading Oakland cops and FBI that the SLA was the culmination of everything they had always feared and hated in the East Bay left. The radicals' growing fear that the Symbionese caper, which most of them publicly condemned, would thus bring down the heat on everyone left of Wendell Willkie was promptly actualized January 17, just a week after the Concord shootout, when Oakland Police Captain John Lothrop went way off base to announce that Vietnam veterans against the war could be involved in S.L.A. Placing himself directly under the limelight and loving it, Captain Lothrop went on to say that I have evidence that the SLA is more than just a handful. Have 25 names. Such an announcement was exactly what District Attorney Lowell Jensen did not need. Jensen had his heart set on trying Remiro and Little for the Foster murder himself. He said he was trying hard to hold down. 215. Adverse pretrial publicity, which would allow the defense to move the case to another, less prejudiced, county through a change of venue motion. Statements like those made by Lothrop pretty much guaranteed such a move. They were also a giveaway that, evidence or no evidence, everyone on that Oakland SLA suspect list was about to find himself in a heap of trouble. One of the earliest busts happened to Bob Hood, who caught it on February 6, after weeks of intensive surveillance both at his home and at the Telegraph Avenue VVAW office. He says he was framed after a traffic stop confrontation with police, in which he supposedly opened a small pocket knife with one hand to attack a heavily armed patrolman. The heat also descended on such peripheral SLA suspects as Popeye Jackson, who nearly had his parole revoked, and others working in the prison movement. Radicals, including Angela Davis and Jerry Rubin, had already become quite critical of the Foster killing. Now they began to really take the guerrillas to task for bringing on such a wave of repression. The leaders in this building barrage of criticism were the Black Panthers, who made it clear they had no use for SLA whatsoever. The feeling was mutual, according to Joe Remiro, who added that Huey Newton was not only at the top of the SLA hit list, he was on the hit list of every true revolutionary. Remiro and Little went even further in a communique they finally managed to smuggle out of prison, which said that the politicos were trying to subvert unity through their historic use of rhetoric, factionalism, dogma, and just plain bullshit. Being of no more use to the state, these legal revolutionists will be attacked and imprisoned as scapegoats, replacing the true guerrillas whom all the king's horses and all the king's men can't find. This is also historical and past the point of meaningful political struggle. Stated plainly, the games are over, the revolution is on. That declaration would be spoken even more clearly in SLA style, action rather than words, on a moonlit February 4th, when the guerrillas would enroll a new member the hard way. 216. 14. Radicalism has its value, but excessive radicalism is dangerous. Conservatism has its uses. William Randolph Hearst. You furnish the pictures and I'll furnish the war. Ibid. R. Ipping off a Hearst is, for many and complex reasons, considerably trickier than seizing the brat of some bigwig politician or the spoiled heiress to a rubber goods fortune. Especially if the snatch will then be recorded as the first political kidnapping in American history, and you plan to use it to make the world's media dance to your revolutionary tune. First, you've got to consider all of the legal and public relations angles. Every ambitious cop in the country will want in on the case. But, then again, as long as you've got the kidnap victim securely stashed, they'll be leashed and muzzled by a worried patrician family. That still calls a lot of the political shots in both California and Washington. Since this is to be an exercise in armed propaganda, as first conceived by Carlos Mariola, you've got to pump every important concept you want the people to hear into captive newspapers, which will reluctantly run your unedited proclamations only as long as you've got the victim. You must drag out this outrageous story for weeks and months to get every bit of possible coverage. It helps to have a prize-winning journalist and an English major or two in your ranks to pound out the copy. There will, of course, be surprises and imponderables to deal with. One that was obviously overlooked at first was the genetic problem. When SLA decided to kidnap 19-year-old Patricia Campbell Hearst, they did not realize they were tampering with Mendelian. 217. Law. Dominant genes have a tendency to skip a generation before they reassert themselves, and William Randolph Hearst, barely asleep beneath his granddaughter's tender skin, was not only a querulous megalomaniac, but a damned shifty one at that. He had an unlimited imagination, was totally independent of tradition and public opinion, except when they suited his purposes, and was known to change sides at the drop of a circulation audit. Patty Hearst had already exhibited a few of her grandfather's famous qualities, most notably independence of mind and stubbornness. She even looked and thought a little like him. The conditions of her state upbringing had diluted and temporized much of the chief's opportunistic brilliance, but old WRH was still in there, locked firmly into Patty's thoroughly Hearstian genetic structure. His great sense of showmanship, his natural instinct for politics, his love of the dramatic and the coarsely spectacular, none of these other qualities would have surfaced in Patty Hearst had it not been for the SLA. But dump this pampered princess from Hillsborough into a drawn-out, tense, and super-publicized situation like a revolutionary kidnapping, and the resurrected spirit of William Randolph Hearst might come bursting forth once again, that indomitable and frenetic spirit which sank the main, floated a whole new era of American imperialism, stamped the word yellow for all time on pop journalism. Patty Hearst would prove to be a genetic time bomb. As the little green notebook in their chart over Concord hideout indicates, SLA had apparently been thinking about seizing her since late '73. Bill Harris's January letter to a San Quentin convict, written just 19 days before the Hearst snatch and less than a week after the Remio Little bust, promised that SLA would overcome the Concord setback in a powerful manner. The whole operation was to be a carefully staged commando raid. It was a do-or-die number for a desperate SLA, with at least 5 members involved. It had to be well planned and quickly executed. 3 weeks before the caper, about the middle of January, 3 SLAERs crashed a party at the 2-floor townhouse apartment where Patty Hearst lived with her fiancé, Stephen Weed. Steve was a teaching assistant at UC and a graduate student in philosophy. He'd invited a few other grad students over for some fine wine and a few joints. They were a sedate, quite dependable lot, and the 3 unknown visitors to the nicely furnished $250 a month South Campus pad at 2603 Ben. 218. Venue just didn't fit into the scene, but nobody had the nerve to ask them to leave. A friend who attended the party later described them as rough types, not college students sinister. A second careful casing of the kidnap scene was staged a few days before the action itself was to take place by 2S.L.A.ERs who rang the apartment bell and asked Steve Weed if any of the 4 units in the building was for rent. They sized things up once more and gauged his reactions. One thing was obvious: Stevie Weed wasn't going to be any problem. A rather vague, mealy-mouthed sort of 26-year-old who had lucked into an affair with a Hearst heiress mostly because he was young and the only really eligible instructor in a private girls' school she'd attended near her Hillsborough home. Weed could always be counted on to temporize rather than act. No problem. The fact that Patty, who had met Weed when she was only 16 and was shacking up with him within a year, was about to settle down with this walrus-faced philosopher for keeps, a marriage had been announced for spring, '74, was something of a mystery to everyone who knew the unlikely young couple. But who has the right to question love? Patty's parents did. But her mother got nowhere, as usual, and her father, as usual, quickly caved in beneath the absolute determination of this favorite of his 5 daughters. Randolph A. Hearst, the 4th of William Randolph's 5 sons, was a very clear example of Mendel's proposition that a father's more prominent characteristics often bypass his sons. He had obviously inherited little of the chief's outrageous willfulness. He'd been raised Episcopalian, by his mother, the ex-showgirl Millicent, who was long estranged from WRH, and immediately gave way to a grimly determined young Catholic Southern belle named Catherine Campbell he met and married in her native Atlanta in 1938. "Convert," said Catherine, and Randolph immediately obliged. It is also true that Randolph Hearst, twin brother to David and considered the brightest of Hearst's sons, had not lived close or long enough with his famous father to really absorb much by example. When Randy was only 7, Hearst made public his legendary affair with actress Marion Davies and sought a divorce from Millicent. It was the one thing she could refuse him, and refuse him she did. But Hearst moved in with Miss Davies anyway, and he provided her with a number 219 of her own estates and pleasure resorts, as well as incomparable accommodations at the fabulous San Simeon, that most grandiose example of personal extravagance since Versailles. Randolph Hearst did get a chance to visit with the old man from time to time, and, as one of the heirs, he most certainly would have the benefit of a part of the Hearst patrimony. He worked his way up through the organization as a reporter and editor, but this traditional publishing farce had little to do with his true economic interests, the perpetuation of a diversified empire that not only retained the few successful remnants of a once great newspaper chain and published 13 magazines, but also was deeply involved in mining, real estate, newsprint production, and other industries. For this, the instincts of a banker or an accountant were more appropriate than those of a politician or a newsman. It was not the job of Randolph Hearst or his brothers to go out and pioneer in new fields as their father had done, and lose and waste a number of fortunes in doing it. It was their preordained role, Strin. Gently guided by several trusts and foundations whose boards they generally chaired, to keep and expand upon the millions WRH had left on his demise in 1951. T. Randolph and his kin were only careful shadows of this extravagant envelopement. But Patricia, third of 5 daughters, began to show signs of true Hirstian obduracy as early as age 14, when she absolutely rebelled against the strict discipline at Catholic Santa Catalina Girls' School in Monterey. Rumors that she was thrown out for smoking pot are untrue. At this stage, Patty strongly disapproved of marijuana, hippies, and anything vaguely left in politics. She simply could not stand the dreariness of it all, could not tolerate. At least $30 million were spent establishing this twin-towered, castle-like monstrosity, with dozens of outbuildings, that sits on a lonely coastal foothill of the Santa Lucia Mountains overlooking a 48,000-acre cattle ranch without another building in sight. That figure does not include the cost of the art masterpieces inside, the statues and waterworks outside, the medieval and Renaissance buildings brought intact from Europe to tack onto the ever-growing castle, and the complete zoo stocked with nearly every animal on Earth. Hearst spent more on housing and decoration than any man since the time of Louis XIV. Probably the most accurate obituary written after that passing came from author Adela Rogers St. John, who knew Hearst quite well and said that no other press lord ever wielded his power with less sense of responsibility. No other press ever matched the Hearst press for flamboyance, perversity, and incitement. Mass hysteria. Hearst never believed in anything much, not even Hearst, and his appeal was not to men's minds but to their infantile emotions which he never conquered in himself: arrogance, hatred, frustration, fear. 220. Another bit of the continual KP imposed upon her for her uncontrollable high spirits and her inability to fake the necessary degree of humility required in the semi-convent. She was tired of endlessly scrubbing out the nuns' toilets, dumping garbage cans, and saying 10,000 Hail Marys as penance. About the only activity Patty apparently enjoyed? There was cheerleading. Right. Another damned cheerleader. Like her salty old grandfather, Patty took a strong and early interest in sex, another reason for getting away from convent like Santa Catalina in 1970 to experience her junior year of high school somewhere more interesting. True, Crystal Springs, a liberal, non-sectarian, and very exclusive academy only a mile from the 22-room Hearst mansion in Hillsborough, was a girls' school. But you could get on and off campus easily. As Patty did quite rapidly in a brand new MG sports car her dad bought for her 16th birthday, and there were several young male teachers on campus. The youngest and most interesting of them was the then 22-year-old Stephen Weed, a blonde, blue-eyed, slightly built recent graduate of Princeton. Weed, son of a Palo Alto stockbroker, had flirted casually with SDS politics while in college but had backed off into a sort of fuzzy liberalism by the time he'd begun teaching math at Crystal Springs. Neither he nor Patty Hearst would join contingents of peace marchers who drove into San Francisco from the college. Weed seemed mostly interested in looking out for himself. And life was a ball with 200 rich young girls hot after your white and hairy bod. Patty was neither the richest nor the most attractive of the competitors, just the most determined. She did stand out, refusing to wear the school uniform and driving her sporty new car onto campus in violation of all the rules. She was more than worth looking at, this nicely built, petite 16-year-old 5'3", 110 pounds, sparkling white teeth and a wide, winning smile, brown hair, occasionally dyed to blonde. She obviously decided early in the game that she wanted Stephen Weed, and, like her grandfather, what she wanted too much she would frequently have the misfortune of ending up with. Steve wasn't really that hard to get. One does wonder what would have happened had the choice been a bit wider, had Patty been enrolled in a co-ed high school with lots of attractive boys to choose from. By the end of her second semester at Crystal Springs, the Hearst heiress had begun an affair with weed. On an Asian studies tour to 221. Japan, the rich don't have to settle for textbook descriptions. She'd confided to another schoolgirl that she was already on the pill and had to keep a close eye on her watch in order to take her contraceptives on time. Patty worked hard through the summers of 70 and 71, taking extra courses so she could graduate a year early, still aged 16, from high school. She wanted independence and she wanted it fast, so she worked hard and got good grades. She was an apt student, not the kind deeply interested in ideas, just an extremely bright young girl who knew how to use the system energetically to get what she wanted out of it. Early graduation would get her out of a live-at-home situation in Hillsborough and into a college dorm where she could come and go as she pleased. It would not be fair, though, to imply that Patty Hearst was an entirely selfish hedonist without convictions of any kind. She had refused to go through the usual rich girl coming out party to take her place as a debutante in Bay Area society. In the election year of 72, she supported George McGovern despite the fact that her father's newspapers were editorializing for Nixon. She once told Randolph that his papers, most especially the San Francisco Examiner, which he was then editing, were completely out of touch with the reality of the times and that no one she knew ever bothered to read them. She was aware that there was poverty and injustice in the world, but it simply didn't touch her. Her own life had for so long been sheltered and privileged, she was so far away from the ugly part of life. She could look forward to a life of assured financial independence because of a long-established trust fund. She could get ready cash like the $8,000 check her dad gave her on her 18th birthday, like the unlimited use of his credit cards and a $300 a month allowance in college from an indulgent father simply for the asking. She knew that there would always be money available for her pleasures and needs. She knew she was a Hearst. It's true she had the good sense to be embarrassed about it in public, but privately she admitted it did have its advantages. It was a first-class trip through life with vacations in the private family compound at San Simeon or out at an enormous deserted estate her great-grandmother had built north of San Francisco, a wooded barony along a cool, deep run-in river where Patty and her guests had the pick of 5 empty mansions to settle down and relax in. Patty knew she had it made. 222. The turning point in her life, the moment to strike out on her own. Despite everything, came in the fall of 71 for Patricia Campbell Hearst. Her mother, with whom the girl had never gotten along particularly well since Catherine had packed her off to a Catholic boarding school. At the age of 10, was determined that her dangerously headstrong daughter should go to a safe and sane college. She had Stanford, a rich man's playground, in mind. It was about 20 miles south of Hillsborough, and most of the best families in the Bay Area send their daughters and sons down to the former estate of Leland Stanford for a gentlemanly, and ladylike, education. Catherine Hearst, a regent of the University of California for more than a dozen years at this point, would never have seriously considered sending a child of hers onto a campus of this college system whose affairs she regulated. Least of all to Berkeley, that hotbed of radical politics and anarchist lifestyles. But Patty quickly made herself equally clear. She was going to attend UC Berkeley as an arts major in the fall of 1972. But first she would spend a year at nearby Menlo College, in the posh suburb of Atherton, a co-ed facility quite close to Stephen Weed's apartment. Could she live at home, since she was going to school so close to home? Most certainly not. Patty was going to live in a dormitory and that was that. She did not explain all of her reasoning to her outraged mother. In the fall of 1971. That would come later. But her secret thinking was simple. The cool, diffident Weed planned to continue teaching at Crystal Springs through to the summer of 72. Then he expected to move over to Berkeley to pursue a graduate degree in philosophy at UC. Patty planned to stay close. Her year at Menlo College was a happy one, according to at least one roommate, a young Iranian girl named Nasreen Rahani Yavari, who helped to cover for Patty on those nights when she would slip out of the dorm and go over to sleep with Steve. The love affair blossomed to the point where we'd felt no compunctions about encouraging Patty to take a summer tour of Europe in '72. Randolph and Catherine Hurst were delighted with the idea. They breathed a joint sigh of relief, for the dimensions of Patty's intense affair with this bland underling were becoming altogether too clear. Rich parents have always squelched such importune alliances by sending their daughters off to Europe, and they hoped the traditional formula would work once again, but no luck. 18-year-old Patricia came 223 back in the fall, ready to move over to Berkeley. And then she dropped the real bombshell, the one that nearly gave the state and proper Catherine apoplexy. Patty was going to live with Stephen Weed quite openly, marriage license or no marriage license. She said that she was thinking of eventually marrying him, but had decided it was more sensible to live with him first. This was not an entirely unheard of approach to love and marriage in the sexually liberated year of 1972. Most of Patty's generation would make a similar choice, she just did it younger than the rest. Catherine Hurst was angry beyond words. Weed was not the sort of person she favored even as a suitor. But to live with him in sin? Unthinkable. And in Berkeley? There was angry talk of immediately disowning young Patricia, but her father cooled things out for her. He took a somewhat more worldly view of affairs of this sort. He did not see much in Weed, either, but perhaps a short shack-up might enlighten this headstrong but basically intelligent daughter of his. Randolph was not the roaring hedonist his father had been, but he'd read a French novel or two. So, in the fall of '72, Patty was off to the decidedly upper-middle-class townhouse at 2603 Benvenue to begin life as a Berkeley undergraduate, cohabiting with an older, more sedate and accomplished teaching assistant and graduate student. In December of '73, she publicly announced that she planned to marry Weed in the spring, and Catherine Hurst gave one huge sigh of relief and began to think about expensive china and matched cookie cutters. She just loved big weddings. Randolph Hurst's reaction is not recorded. It was probably a tired and piteous groan. Her studies and Weed completely absorbed Patty. Campus was only 4 blocks north of their elegant little pad, and she could walk directly to school over quiet College Avenue without encountering the Telegraph Avenue scene just a few blocks to the west. She avoided Tele, since she had little use for the street people and their dirty, radical ways. She and Weed immersed themselves in the kind of quietly informed lift they expected to be able to continue when he became a professor of philosophy, a position he'd have no trouble obtaining with a Hurst for his wife. They bought fine wines and refinished antique furniture. They enjoyed Patty's increasingly Epicurean cooking and then lay back to smoke a dynamite joint or two while listening to the mellowest of 224 sounds from an expensive stereo. The world might rage outside in anger and despair, but life was cozy on Benvenue. Until the night of February 4, 1974, that is. The evening's more memorable activities begin a little before 9 p.m. about 1.5 miles north of Patty's place and on the other side of the sprawling UC campus. Peter Benenson, a bearded young mathematician who works in the Lawrence Radiation Lab, is unloading a bag of groceries from his blue '63 Chevy convertible and is about to carry it into his apartment at 1304 Josephine Street. 2 more bags wait in the back seat. Suddenly, strong hands reach out of the darkness behind him and throw him against the car. His groceries fly across the sidewalk. A carton of ice cream splashes onto the pavement and begins to melt. "Shut up. Don't make a sound. Do what you're told and you won't get hurt," says the determined voice of a large and mature black man. Benenson has been around the Berkeley scene enough to immediately figure it's a rip-off. They want the car and the contents of his apartment. He ain't about to argue. He does not resist as they pull his wrists together and tie them tightly. The cords cut into his flesh, but he's too frightened to protest. Behind him stands Sink, a second black man, and Ms. Munsolti Seek. All are armed and very deadly. Benenson is thrown onto the floor behind the front seat of the convertible. His captors force him to lie tightly cramped with his legs curled up against his chest. Two of them sit in the front seat and a third hops into the back to order the captive to keep his head down or else. He decides he will be most cooperative. He cannot see their faces too well, but he hears whispered conversations. They notice he is listening and order him to stay down or we'll kill you. The car bumps down the streets of Berkeley, heading south. Within half a dozen blocks, they cross Hearst Avenue, named after the great-grandmother of the girl they are on their way to kidnap. It is a rather quiet Monday night, and the moon is just beginning to rise. They cut across nearly vacant Tella. The street people have abandoned their favorite turf this cold winter night, it's more comfortable indoors. With so little street action, even the cops are staying home. There are few patrol units on the street. Shortly after 9:10 p.m., the convertible stops at 2603 Benvenue. Unbeknownst to the freaked-out Benenson, his captured auto is to be the leader of a three-car convoy. Parked behind the convertible stands 225. Another Chevy, a white 60 station wagon probably driven by Nancy Ling Perry, and behind that sits the little blue Volkswagen that belongs to Camilla Hall. Benenson is again warned to keep down as the occupants of his car get out, quietly closing the doors behind them. The woman leads the two black men around the side of the brown shingled, two-story building and into an enclosed garden patio at the rear onto which Patty's unit opens through a big, sliding glass door. There are potted bushes and plants everywhere, some hang from pots suspended around the glass doors. They see bamboo, ivy, ferns, and philodendrons. The woman, who is wearing a long, black wig, knocks lightly on the glass door. No response. She knocks again. She holds a loaded .38 automatic in one hand, just out of sight in the folds of her long and tattered old dress. All three of the night visitors are wearing combat boots. The two men carry automatic rifles, probably ML carbines. Inside the apartment, Patty Hearst has just gotten out of a warm shower. Her hair is still damp and hangs loosely over the back of an expensive, dark blue robe from I. Magnins. Underneath, she wears nothing but a pair of nylon panties. Steve Weed is stretched out on a long sofa just across from the sliding glass door. He's listening to the stereo, which is turned up fairly high, and he does not hear the first rapping on the glass. After the second knock, he gets up and moves slowly toward it. He looks at Patty quizzically. She shakes her head. She doesn't expect any visitors tonight, either. She stands just behind him as he slides the door open a little. The woman outside says something barely audible about an accident and needing to use the phone to call help. Weed doesn't like the looks of her and is reluctant to let her in. But while he hesitates, the matter is decided for him. The woman comes crashing into the room with the men directly behind her. Weed is thrown onto the floor. He sees the long, shiny barrels of their guns and thinks, "Oh, God, we're about to be robbed." The larger of the two men orders him to keep his face down or you're dead. He glances up just long enough to see one of the men grab Patty's wallet, which contains all of her father's credit cards and her own ID. Then they take Weed's passport. One of the invaders decides Weed should be put out of action, and he forces his face into the thick rug on the floor. A moment later, Weed is smashed over the head with a full bottle of one of the fine wines he and Patty had so carefully selected. He is 226. Bleeding and dizzy but not really unconscious yet, he decides to play dead and see what's next. He can hear Patty struggling and screaming in the kitchen, "No, please. Not me. Let me go," she screams. They begin to drag her out the open doorway and toward their waiting car. Her robe falls open in the struggle, and she is naked except for her briefs. Weed, who is definitely no fighter, claims that at this stage he hears the click of a rifle bolt being snapped back and the woman saying, "He's seen us. We'll have to kill him." "I thought I had nothing to lose," he says. I jumped up and screamed and ran around the living room overturning furniture and lamps and screaming. An amazed Sink stands there watching these antics with the rifle pointed at Weed. He begins to smile. This white cracker is just too much. Weed runs out of the back door and leaps 3 fences. Before he ends up half a block away, still screaming. Alarmed neighbors finally grab him and hold him down. Later, a furious Catherine Hurst will accuse Weed of doing too little to save her daughter. Whatever happened to all the Clark Gables in the world, she would demand quite seriously. A next-door neighbor, Stephen Swinaga, 21, turns out to be a bit scrappier. He dives into the fray after Weed retreats and is severely beaten by the slowly departing SLA commandos. Patty is still yelling, "Not me. Oh, please, not me," as she is hauled out to the convertible and unceremoniously dumped into the trunk and locked in. Aroused neighbors come running, and the SLA team fires a volley of bullets in the general direction of the apartment house. Everyone ducks for cover, and the convertible and its 2 escorts race off into the dark. Benenson, still on the floor of his car, hears all of the racket and the slam of the trunk lid. He feels the car accelerate for a rapid escape for a few blocks and then slow and curve around until it is on a quiet, somewhat isolated street of old mansions known as Tanglewood Drive. They are about half a mile from the kidnap location and just at the foot of the Berkeley Hills. The other 2 cars stop behind, and he hears the trunk lid snap open and a still whimpering Patricia being pulled out and thrown into the white station wagon. Ms. Moon joins her, and the 2 black men get into the Volkswagen. Before they leave, they warn Benenson to stay down and you won't get hurt. The cars take off. He lies there a long time before he finally gets up the nerve to slide off the floor and peer around. Things are absolutely quiet up Tanglewood Drive. Benenson manages to get untied. 2271. But he is still terrified. They might come back. They know where he lives, and they might kill him if he talks. He walks 4 miles to his sister's house and hides out till the following day, when he finally decides it's time to talk to the cops. His part of the story adds little to what the police have already figured out. They had discovered the spilled groceries and the abandoned convertible. They have the testimony of the slightly injured Weed and the flabbergasted neighbors. They're even pretty sure they know who has pulled the snatch. They found a box of ammunition with cyanide neatly stuffed into each slug in the hallway of the Benvenue apartment. They're looking for the Symbionese, but there's a news embargo on the story until that afternoon, when crusty old Senator William Noland orders his Oakland Tribune to go ahead and print this fantastic yarn. From this point on, Noland feels he is a marked man. On Tuesday, February 5th, the world begins to intently follow the kidnap of the century, a drama that will eat up as much newsprint as William Randolph Hearst expended to start an entire war and create a new colonial empire. It's a story with more ups and downs than a runaway roller coaster. It will have an ending that no fiction writer in his right mind would try to palm off on an incredulous public. Although he is in jail when it begins, and he'll still be locked up at the end, Joe Remiro becomes a central figure in this legend. His presence hangs over it from the moment the cyanide bullets are found in the disordered mess on the floor of the Patricia Hearst apartment. 228. We are never completely contemporaneous with our present. History advances in disguise, it appears on stage wearing the mask of the preceding scene. The blame, of course, is not history's, but lies in our vision, encumbered with memory and images learned in the past. We see the past superimposed on the present, even when the present is revolution. Regis Debray, Revolution in the Revolution. It was immediately assumed by super sleuths working on the Hearst kidnapping that S.L.A.'s prime motive in snatching Patty was to trade her off for Remiro and Little. This assumption was based on a cursory reading of contemporary events rather than on intimate knowledge of the East Bay guerrillas. It was assumed that since this was the first true political kidnapping in U.S. history, and since the abductors were plainly students of such famous foreign revolutionists as the Tupamaros of Uruguay and Argentina's ERP, they would simply adhere to tradition and swap the newspaper tycoon's daughter for two of their own captured compañeros. So, with that in mind, a great deal of the official activity between Patty's kidnap on February 4 and the arrival of SLA. Communique No. 3 explaining the action on February 7 was based upon an erroneous presupposition. The communique itself proved a bit disappointing in that it did not immediately propose an exchange of prisoners, which would have quickly settled the matter. But the FBI and local police were soon to discover for the first time, but not for the last, that North American urban guerrillas make up the rules as they go along. SLA would quickly prove to be the least predictable phenomenon cops and newsmen had ever seen. 229. The February 7 Hearst communique made absolutely no mention of Remiro and Little. Like the Foster communique, number 1, it was couched in the form of a warrant order issued by some mythical court of the people and ordering SLA combat units to arrest Patricia Campbell Hearst. The warrant resembled the message explaining the Foster wipeout in that it had obviously been written after the action it claimed to authorize. In this case, the burst of rifle fire at Steve and Patty's neighbors was explained away as warning shots, and a grim notice was tacked on that, in the future, citizens who got in the way of SLA activity would be executed immediately. The prisoner is to be maintained in adequate physical and mental condition and unharmed as long as these conditions are adhered to. It said, protective custody shall be composed of combat and medical units, to safeguard both the prisoner and her health. All communications from this court must be published in full, in all newspapers, and all other forms of the media. Failure to do so will endanger the safety of the prisoner. Further communications will follow. And that was it. No ransom demands. No prisoner exchange proposal. But a clear indication that SLA was determined to seize the media. It was the beginning of the longest, most drawn-out kidnap caper on record, a mammoth standoff that, by the time it was done, would involve thousands of police officers, at least 150 FBI agents, a small army of volunteers who would deliver free food to more than 100,000 of the poor. All of this would cost Randolph Hearst and his enterprises over $2.3 million, and the public would end up with a law enforcement bill in excess of $10 million. The rich would tremble and the poor secretly rejoice. Politicians would froth and gesticulate and propound insane new laws. Old enemies would cross formerly immovable lines of theory and practice to unite against the terrorist menace. Fascinating personal confrontations would occur and life in the Bay Area would never again be quite the same. All because SLA did not do what it was supposed to do and simply exchange one prisoner for two. It was apparent that Remiro and Little also originally expected a trade-off proposal from their old comrades. But both were aware that 230 conditions were rapidly changing for SLA, and they knew that imagination and flexibility were the group's main advantages. There was just no predicting them. As Remiro put it, "How do I know what they'll do next? I'm here locked down." A few weeks is like 10 years in the life of an urban guerrilla group. Everything changes completely. Those who planned on eventual negotiation with SLA did not forget about Joe and Russ. They were the establishment's ace in the hole, and the extraordinary precautions taken with them at San Quentin became even more stringent after the February 4 kidnap. SLA showed that it was still concerned about its captured soldiers in the first of 7 famous tapes, delivered to radio station KPFA on February 12. It detailed the logic behind the abduction and proposed that a fantastic good faith gesture be undertaken by Hearst before any real negotiations for Patty's release could begin. SLA demanded a gift of $70 worth of food for every person in California who had welfare cards, Social Security pension cards, food stamp cards, disabled veterans cards, medical cards, parole or probation papers and jail or bail release slips. This gesture would have cost Hearst at least $400 mil. Lion. He quickly said it was beyond his capacity to provide but promised to come back with a counter-offer in a few days. The February 12 tape, which opened with the voice of Sink and then switched to a badly frightened Patty, made extensive reference to Remiro and Little and indicated that once the good faith gesture had been completed, their freedom was definitely going to be an issue. Said Patty. I am a prisoner of war and so are the two men in San Quintin. I'm being treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention. 1. Of the conditions being that I am not being tried for crimes which I'm not accountable for. I'm here because I'm a member of a ruling class family, and I think you can begin to see the analogy. The men in San Quintin are being held, and they're going to be tried simply because they are members of the SLA and not because they've done anything. Witnesses to the shooting of Foster saw black men, and 2 white men have been arrested for that. You're being told this so you'll understand why I was kidnapped, and so that you'll understand that I am being held innocent in the same way the 2 men in San Quintin are innocent, and they are simply members of the group and have not actually done anything themselves to. 231. Warrant their arrest. They apparently were part of an intelligence unit and have never executed anyone themselves. Patty then made it clear, in a voice that wavered between terror and exhaustion, that she did not consider SLA just a bunch of nuts. They've been really honest with me, but they're perfectly willing to die for what they are doing. Sink justified kidnapping Patty with an Old Testament kind of vindictiveness, visiting the sins of the parents upon the child. The SLA has arrested the subject for the crimes that her mother and father by their actions committed against the American people and the oppressed people of the world, said this angry escaped prisoner in his media debut. He indicated that the Symbionese would kill the Hearst girl if they had to, and he loosely enumerated the Hearst's sins, saying that Randolph was the corporate chairman of the fascist media empire of the ultra-right Hearst Corporation, which is one of the largest propaganda institutions of this present military dictatorship of the militarily armed corporate state that we now live under in this nation. Catherine, he said, had been responsible as a UC regent for the loaning of funds and the investments of our California monies in corporations which have interests and do gain profits from the robbery, oppression, and genocide carried out by fascist and racist governments around the world and within the United States itself. He blamed these investments for the mess in South Africa, Ireland, and the Philippines. The UC Board of Regents, continued Sink, one of California's largest foreign investors, supports through its investments the murder of thousands of black women and children of Mozambique, Angola, and Rhodesia, murder being designed to destroy the spirit that all humanity longs for. For these acts and others, the court of the people hold the Hearst family accountable for their crimes and hold that they are enemies of the people. Now that the first hand had been dealt and a few of the face cards were on the table, an astounded public began to vaguely comprehend the dimensions of the kidnap. It was obvious that this was no ordinary crime in which a specified amount of money would be demanded for the victim's release. The abductors were clearly political creatures. They had asked nothing for themselves except the best media coverage such a small, previously unknown group had ever received. They had set out, as General Jelena, Angela Atwood, would later put it, to show by 232. Example what can be done, that this goodwill gesture was intended to give some food to the people while at the same time point out our understanding that the people can never expect the enemy to feed them. We did this to point out how the enemy can easily afford to feed the people if it were forced to, but what the enemy cannot afford is to reveal to the people the total extent of the sum of the wealth that it has robbed from the people. Hearst's February 1, 3 announcement that the size of the original SLA food demand was beyond his capacity brought a quick modification from the guerrillas, who sent a second tape on February 16 in which Patty stated that it was never intended that you feed the whole state. So whatever you come up with basically is okay. The message also revealed that the public media, radio for SLA and television for the Hearsts, would be the prime communications link between the two parties. Few aspects of their negotiations would be private. And, to a degree that amazed and amused many spectators, the media themselves became a kind of third party in the matter. Associated Press would later claim it had been a hostage of the flarists. Printed and electronic coverage had never been used so massively and matter-of-factly as a tool by which both sides sought their own ends, and tried to flood the world with their own self-serving propaganda. It reached the point where Patty would soon be using a radio broadcast tape to advise her mother what kind of clothing she should wear during televised news conferences at the Hearst mansion. The media were also frequently used to express instant alarm when FBI agent Charles Bates, in charge of the case in San Francisco, or U.S. Attorney General William Saxby made threatening noises about doing something positive in the matter. The big issue seemed to be whether or not the feds would rush in on the Symbionese hideout and shoot everyone in sight, including Patty. By the time Patricia had made the February 16 tape, her abductors had apparently convinced her that she was more in danger of meeting her doom in this kind of a police raid than from an SLA cyanide bullet. "I'm sure that Mr. Bates understands that if the FBI has to come in and get me out by force, they won't have time to decide who not to kill. They'll just have to kill everyone," said Patty. "I don't particularly want to die that way." She really had no reason to tremble. The cops didn't have the least idea where she was. It would appear that she was probably held for the 233 first 5 weeks in a quiet little bungalow in a racially integrated portion of Daly City. Another bedroom community like Concord Clayon Valley, this rather sedate community just south of San Francisco was probably the last place the cops would have looked. On February 19, Hearst announced his counter-offer, a $2 million food giveaway called People in Need, modeled after a program that had been operating successfully for some time in the state of Washington. The SLA thought this was a skinflint proposal, and in their third tape, February 21, demanded an additional $4 million in food. Hearst said the next day that the matter was out of my hands, since he could not personally come up with that much loot, but the Hearst Corporation, his alter ego, quickly stepped in to say it had the funds available and would provide $2 million on Patty's release and another $2 million in 1975 to make the food program an ongoing proposition. There was no immediate response from SLA. So, on February 22, the initial giveaway of a portion of Hearst's first $2 million in food began in both San Francisco and the East Bay. Things were handled so badly that rioting and looting broke out in East Oakland, and thousands of the poor waited hours in line to be turned away empty-handed because the supplies ran out. In some cases the food never even arrived. The papers were full of news of this fiasco and the continuing search for Patty, and the public was now paying very little attention to Remiro and Little. But SLA had made reference to its captured soldiers in both the February 16 and the February 21 tapes. In the first, Patty assured her parents that I-11 be okay as long as the SLA demands are met, and as long as the 2 prisoners at San Quentin are okay. In the February 21 message, Sink reminded the other side that Patricia was being held as a prisoner of war just like Joe and Russ, and that this would continue to be her status until such time as the status of our captive soldiers is changed. A clear hint that a prisoner trade-off still was likely to be a part of S.L.A.'s final terms. News that Remiro and Little were undergoing extraordinary conditions of confinement had obviously reached the Symbionese, and Sink warned that if the 2 soldiers were injured, Patty would be executed immediately. Over in the antique stone-walled Marin County Penitentiary, some 20 miles north of San Francisco, Little and Remiro were locked down in 2 so-called quiet cells on San Quentin's now abandoned 234 death row, just outside its infamous little green room gas chamber. Prisoners called the cells Joe and Russ occupied the whole. "We spent a little more than a month in the adjustment center and a few days short of a month in the hole on death row," says Remiro. In prison time this is hardly mentionable. To find out about the adjustment center and the hole, ask those who have spent precious years locked down, those who have been regularly and indiscriminately gassed and beaten with pick handles, he continues, those who have witnessed countless other murders, in the name of rehabilitation and adjustment. Some have been beaten into insanity, while others have been beaten into the objective reality which has led to the birth of organizations such as the Black Guerrilla Family. Only 2 days before 9,000 persons received $100,000 worth of groceries in the first catastrophic people in need handout, Remiro and Little started to have some food problems of their own. The two suspected that tranquilizing drugs had been added to their meals and both promptly went on a hunger strike. By the night of February 21, they were on a new plateau of hunger and fear. News of the standoff between SLA and the Hearsts had reached them and they feared they might be tortured in an attempt to find out where Patty was hidden. The atmosphere of death row was still heavy with the misery of the hundreds of condemned men who had walked down the corridor to their suffocating doom in the little green room, and this did not help Remiro's anxious state of mind. When a goon squad of strange guards and investigators unlocked their 2 cells at about 10:30 that night and silently led them into the gas chamber, the 2 young men feared the worst summary execution without a trial. They wanted to stop right there by the gas chamber and interrogate us, Remiro recalls. They really wanted to psyche us out. We hadn't confessed. I hadn't told them anything except my name when they booked me. They hadn't even talked to me up to then. They knew better. Fuck them. But now they figured they could scare us into talking. They told us we belonged in the gas chamber and that we'd end up there if we didn't cooperate. They chained our hands to a belt around our waist and put us in a car and drove us into the courtyard inside San Quintin's second gate. Then they moved us to an area just inside the first gate, and who the hell should drive in but Death Row Jeff and 235 Raymond Precunior and 6 or 8 dudes in civvies. They drove up in tour cars and then we went into some kind of a little room right next to the prison souvenir shop. They wanted us to do something about Patty, they said, but Jeff says, hey, these guys haven't eaten for days. Why don't you feed them first before you talk? So Precunior runs out and gets a couple of cheeseburgers and he starts to unwrap them but I stop him. Don't do that, punk, I say. And then I eat for the first time in a couple of days. Vacaville prison psychologist Wes Hyler claims that as a result of the San Quintin meeting and a later long-distance telephone call between Jeff and the 2 captured soldiers, a kind of tentative agreement was worked out which would have urged Sink and his buddies to release Patty in return for their safe conduct out of the United States and the release of the second installment of $4 million worth of food to the poor in Hearst's People in Need program. For reasons that Hearst, prison officials, and the FBI have never revealed, this agreement was never publicly released. Remiro and Little also wrote out a statement describing the conditions of their confinement and demanding they be moved back to an ordinary county jail like other prisoners who had not yet been convicted. Then they hit on a novel idea: whatever they had to say, it must be made public through a live and unedited television news conference featuring Joe and Russ. It was that or nothing. The agreement and the list of demands for better conditions of confinement disappeared into the prison bureaucracy. The request for a live TV interview was debated for weeks by officials and judges before it was finally rejected. They allowed Jeff and us to meet together in the hopes that we would unconsciously aid them by just making a simple statement such as "Release Patricia Hearst," says Joe. Once they realized that we intended to expose their true colors, they put Jeff in the hole in Vacaville and us in the hole in San Quintin and tried like hell to stop us from communicating with the public. Another aspect of this meeting which seems to have been overlooked is, where did our handwritten suggestions go? When we gave them to Precunior, he would not even look at them, said they were for hire. UPS sounds familiar, doesn't it? The FBI denied any participation or knowledge of the meeting, so who read our suggestions? Statements that no one knew what we intended to save are outright lies. 236. Philip Guthrie, spokesman for the prison system, tells Precunior's side of the story. The reason we had them on death row was we didn't want anything to happen to them at that time, he says, because, as you remember, there were messages coming out of the SLA saying that they were going to do to Patty according to what we did with those 2 guys, so we sure as hell didn't want to get them killed or hurt or anything, so we had a special watch on 'em. Guthrie claims that the two were taken through the gas chamber only because this route was the quickest and the most private way out of death row. He acknowledges that among the party who met with Remiro and Little were several investigators from the State Attorney General's office, men who were working on the Hearst case. He says that Procunior did not participate in the 2-hour meeting between the soldiers and death row Jeff, but stood outside the door the whole time. Afterwards he talked to them a little, says Guthrie, and then he took the piece of paper from them that had to do with their demands and talked to them about their living conditions and like that. But Procunior's position is that he was not there to negotiate. He arranged the meeting hoping that something might come out of it helpful to bringing back Patty. Randolph Hearst, who now had a couple of hundred newsmen, television cameramen, and still photographers camped on his front lawn. In one of the biggest media conventions ever seen in America, also realized that some sort of a gesture had to be made to convince SLA that the conditions Remiro and Little were complaining about were not so horrible after all. He was not eager to have them duplicated on his daughter. On February 18, he announced that he was appointing an old family friend as a sort of ombudsman to visit San Quentin and look in on Joe and Russ, as well as to guarantee that they received a fair trial and due process at all stages of the proceeding. Attorney William Coblentz, nephew of one of William Randolph Hearst's most faithful friends and editors and a UC regent who had worked beside Catherine Hearst for 10 years, was told to go have a look-see. Coblentz reported that the prisoners were receiving even-handed treatment, and, as far as the media were concerned, that was that. By this stage Hearst was clearing every major story that concerned the 237 kidnap. No local paper or wire service bureau would release anything without his approval. Remiro and Little, who claim they never saw Coblentz at San Quentin, were now working through the courts to get out of the grim penitentiary. Life was getting harder for them. No move beyond their cells could be made without an escort of half a dozen shotgun-carrying guards. Remiro says that one guard told him, "I'll blow your fucking head off the first time I get a chance." He says the same guard later promised to kill him after he'd been convicted and sent back there. Finally, on March 8, an Oakland judge, Stafford Buckley, visited San Quentin and decided that conditions the two prisoners faced were more than a bit unusual. He ordered them transferred to the Alameda County Jail, near the courtroom where their initial hearings would soon begin in the Foster case, and he also guaranteed them a number of unusual privileges, including 5 telephone calls a week, of almost any length, for each prisoner, extensive visiting rights, and the opportunity to send out messages and communiques to newspapers and radio stations. Cynics might suspect these favors were granted in the hope of gathering badly needed intelligence information through whatever Remiro and Little wrote and said. The pair quickly took advantage of this situation and, early in April, sent out a message that contained their basic position on the Hearst kidnapping. "We do not hold Patricia Hearst responsible for the actions of the Hearst Corporation or the part it plays within the ruling class," they wrote. "We do, in fact, admire the level of courage and objectivity she has displayed and send her our warmest regards. Patty, we feel that we have already done the most concrete thing we can do to assist in your safe release, by exposing the true intentions of the FBI, etc., to the public. We feel confident that the SLA will release you unharmed. We realize, as you do, that the SLA has consistently referred to our safety and well-being, but that in reality, you will not be harmed for anything that might happen to us. Actually, you're in a BTI position only as long as the SLA can protect and keep you well hidden, until you can be released and returned safely to your fiancé. Who knows, you might even look back on this as a worthwhile experience, where people were fed and you and the public were exposed to the cruelty and inhumanity of the corporate powers who rule this country. We look forward to receiving a visit from you, Patty, after you are released." 238. In the meantime, the food program was getting itself a little more together and, on February 28, some 30,000 bags of groceries, worth between $8 and $15 apiece, were given out in locations around the Bay Area. The pandemonium that resulted from the first giveaway was now replaced by an almost too careful and tediously slow passing out of the food packages. In a typical food line in San Francisco, a few blocks from an apartment on Golden Gate Avenue where the SLA would be hiding out from mid-March until the last week in April, it took almost 4 hours to get one skimpy bag of food. Massive quantities of the groceries disappeared en route to the distribution centers, in one case, an entire truckload of meat, and tons more ended up in the private pantries of the unselfish volunteers who were supposed to give it to the poor. None of the procedures originally outlined by SLA were followed, either in the manner of distribution or the requirement that certain forms of identification be asked for. Anyone who showed up got a bag of food and as many times as he had patience to get in the line for. Nevertheless, as long as the good weather held, the spirits of the thousands who came out for the long wait were high. Direct press coverage of the handouts had been forbidden by Hearst and friends. There had been official threats and innuendos, and thousands who came out to wait in the food lines were understandably nervous. At the first handout, a television cameraman who ignored the media ban was severely beaten. California Attorney General Younger had reluctantly given the People in Need program his blessing after making some remarks about those participating being parties to an extortion. Humanitarian OL Governor Ronald McDonald got up after an expensive luncheon for well-fed and powerful Republicans, surveyed his bloated constituents munching their rich pastries and sipping their imported brandy, and expressed himself freely on all those ungrateful poor people who'd had the nerve to accept free food from Hearst. "It's just too bad we can't have an epidemic of botulism," said he. A few writers for the underground papers who speak the language of the streets and who are generally as poor as the mostly black lumpen proletariat that made up the food lines simply joined in and got their story of the food program firsthand by waiting out the interminable delays and screw UPS during the 5 giveaways between February 28 and March 25, when Hearst's first $2.3 million ran out. 239. Wrote a San Francisco Phoenix reporter after he had ingested a bellyful of revolutionary food, a stomach full of Hearst blood money. It had been a warm, sunny day. The wait was long but the crowd, about 3/4 black, was in good spirits and a lot of good-natured kidding and horseplay went down. A number of the men arrived already stoned and got even higher on handy little pints of Ripple and Thunderbird and tall cans of Rainier and Colt 45. Nothing passed around, though. Nobody had enough for that. There's a little pushing and elbowing as people get close to the front of the line. A few cheaters are caught trying to cut in and are half-seriously jeered as they are ushered to the tail end of the 2-block-long crowd. One quick scuffle between a monitor and one of the cheaters who ends up on his ass in a vacant lot. It is done quickly and rather offhandedly by the tall young athlete who obviously knows his street fighting. He barely breaks his stride as he dumps the punk. No evidence of cops or photographers here. A few patrol cars and meter maids drive quickly by and are jeered by the crowd. "Better get yo ass out o' here, motherfucker," yells a fist-clenching young black 6.5 feet tall who wears an African burnous and a tight-fitting, brightly colored knit cap. "We told you motherfuckers to stay away." The cops eye him narrowly, slow down a bit but decide to keep moving. They obviously have their orders. Things will move the way the SLA has demanded so long as the Hearst girl remains their captive. After that, then it may be a very different story. A sweet-faced, bespectacled old black lady barely 5 feet tall, who is raising her 6 grandchildren all by herself, tells me about her morning's work. "Left my house over in Bayview about 9:30, she chirps up happily. "Went on over to Hunters Point first and got a big bag full. Then down over to Cap Street down and the Mission. They got turkeys and hams down there. Just given tons o' them out. People lined up 3 blocks down Mission. Then on over to Mission High for another bag full and finally over here. They gives it out Tuesday and Thursday this week. But I only wants to go shopping one day. That's enough." We now begin to inch forward about a foot every 10 minutes or so. More good-natured joshing and people begin to get to know each other and tell each other their tales. Now this is a revolutionary situation. The barriers that really count: walls of mutual suspicion and personal. 240. Isolation, which normally keep people apart and make it easier for the cold, anti-human industrial society to deal with them. Those barriers are coming down and people in this line are beginning to feel a certain oneness. I hear the words sister and brother more and more frequently. People begin to help each other out. A woman arrives in a wheelchair and is immediately propelled to the front of the line. Two guys get news of a bedridden old man who cannot come down himself and stand in line for him so they can take bags of food up to his sick room. There is a surge of energy and purpose here, just waiting to be harnessed, just waiting to be pointed in some direction of overthrow and change. It is an exciting feeling and one the government is aware of and increasingly nervous about. You hear what people are doing and thinking. The school kids in front of me talk the usual: cars and dope and girls. Two tough-looking dudes in back of me compare notes on San Quintin, Vacaville, Soledad, other joints they've been in. I remember that the only true revolutionaries running around loose in this society are guys like this, the ones who have had everything taken away from them by the system, guys who have nothing to lose. Man, they had me locked down like a dog down there, one ex-con confides to the other, like a fucking dog. A few lucky ones at the front of the line who have gotten their groceries already come back and show us their share of the Hearst ransom: a frozen chicken, a 2-pound can of Spam-like luncheon meat, a frozen pound or two of something called beef, and textured vegetable protein. There are a very few oranges, a few carrots, a box of buttermilk pancake mix, 2 cans of condensed milk. Maybe $12 to $15 worth of food in each bag. By the time I get to the front of the line, they're out of frozen chickens and oranges. They give me an extra roll of beef/vegetable protein crap. By the time the third food handout is over, on March 5th, grumbling about the People in Need program has reached the SLA. It's probable that the guerrilla army's members, and Patricia Hearst, have stood in line at the third handout and have seen for themselves how things went. They come away extremely pissed off and, on March 9th, the Hearsts receive the fourth SLA tape, which claims the PIN program intended to shame the people by trying to distribute hog feed instead of top F-24-1J quality dry stuffs. Many people stood in long cold lines for only a bag full of cabbages, while others stood in line and got nothing at all. The people know words don't make no bag of cabbages into meat. SLA rejected the offer of an additional $4 million in food on Patty's release as no more than trickery, and implied that the money had to be converted into food and given out before her release and not after. The Hearst Empire has attempted to encourage division among the people by giving them crumbs to fight over, said SLA. They reminded the Hearsts again that they had stated that Patricia Campbell Hearst would be kept in accordance with international codes of war regarding prisoners of war and that she would be maintained in protective custody. It was further stated that the captive SLA elements who stay at San Quintin would also have to be kept in accordance with such codes because of their legal POW status. The SLA requested that Randolph and Catherine Hearst and the Hearst Empire see to it that our comrades' conditions follow those guidelines. It was stated at that time that Patricia Hearst's condition would correspond at all times with that of the captured brothers. The SLA has waited with disciplined patience for the agents of the fascist state, including the Hearst media empire, to deal with the conditions of our comrades' confinement. The Symbionese War Council, the court of the people, had considered transferring Patricia Campbell Hearst to a security area which would physically correspond to a strip cell on death row in San Quintin concentration camp. This would be an obvious response to barbaric conditions which our comrades are forced to endure. However, after extensive nationwide intelligence and analysis by the Symbionese War Council, it became clear that the fascist corporate state and its chief domestic police agency, the FBI, and other police state agencies and institutions intended to set up Patricia Hearst for execution in order to discredit and isolate the people's forces. This is shown by the deliberate disregard for the health, life, and safety of Joseph Remiro and Russell Little and the plans of the police state agencies to see to it that Patricia Hearst is killed. TN response to Randolph Hearst's public request that Patricia Hearst be allowed to communicate periodically with her family in conjunction with international codes of war regarding prisoners of war. The Symbionese War Council has determined that communication between POW Patricia Hearst and her family will come only after the immediate 242 creation of the necessary mechanisms whereby Russell Little and Joseph Remiro can communicate via live national TV with the people and the SLA concerning the full scope of their physical health and all the conditions of their confinement. Patty Hearst, who had turned 20 a little more than 2 weeks before the March 9 tape, had been a captive for more than a month now, and the strain was beginning to show. She had been listening to their revolutionary propaganda, reading such basic texts as George Jackson's Blood in My Eye, and apparently falling in love. She now echoed SLA's attitudes about a possible FBI break-in during which she would be deliberately killed, and she made it clear for the first time that she felt betrayed and abandoned by her father. It was obvious that she felt he had more than enough money to comply with SLA food program demands, but that he valued his money more than her life. "I don't believe you're doing everything you can, everything in your power," she said. "I don't believe that you're doing anything at all. You said it was out of your hands. What you should have said was that you wash your hands of it." Like Angela Atwood, who had opened the tape, Patty Hearst made a point of talking about Remiro and Little before she closed her 11-minute portion of it. "I have been reading a book by George Jackson," she said. "I'm starting to understand what he means when he talks about fascism in America. Joseph Remiro and Russell Little, the two men in San Quentin, haven't even come to trial yet, and already they are being held in strip cells on death row. It's very hard to believe that this obvious violation of the Constitution is taking place, but it's true. How can people think that these men can get a fair trial? And if there's any doubt in people's minds of what the verdict will be, members of the Federation are studying intelligence reports gathered by the SLA on the activities of the FBI. These, combined with discussions the members of the Federation have had with me and my own observations of the way my father's been conducting himself, have made me afraid, because I realize that the plans are coming from the FBI and the Attorney General's office in Washington to execute the two men in San Quentin. They want to hear what the two men have to say in a live nationwide broadcast so they can hear all the conditions of their confinement." Sink, in another portion of the March 9 tape, again made it 2431 clear that SLA considered the real bottom of society its natural following. "I call upon the robbers, the pimps, the drug addicts, the prostitutes, and all those who have been used as pawns against the people to turn their rage and violence toward the true enemy of the people," he said. This angry outburst forced people in need to completely revamp the original plan, which called for a continuing series of small food handouts. It was decided, instead, to give away the remainder of the original $2.3 million budget in one giant handout on March 25 in an effort to placate the Symbionese. Big boxes of food, containing generous quantities of decent but not really good meat, were handed out to over 30,000 persons. The Hearsts had even printed up little 2x3-inch stickers bearing the SLA 7-headed cobra and had them pasted on the food boxes in a final attempt to reverse the tide of taped abuse. But by this point it didn't really matter too much what the Hearsts did or did not do. They had already lost Patty, not just her body but her mind as well. About mid-March the group had moved into the little 3-room flat at 1827 Golden Gate Avenue in an all-black neighborhood on the northwestern edge of the Fillmore district and a short walk from Haight-Ashbury. About a mile down Golden Gate, just east of Sacred Heart High, where Remiro had gone to school, stands the giant black marblined glass federal building. Inside its fancy suite of FBI offices, one of the biggest manhunts in history was being coordinated by Charles Bates. On a clear day he could have looked right down Golden Gate and seen the building where the SLA lived for more than 6 weeks. To be fair about it, Bates was having his problems. The barrage of publicity about the FBI's inability to find the Symbionese was making Washington nervous. And a money-hungry little man in Georgia was so inspired by SLA's example that he set up an imitation American Revolutionary Army and kidnapped another prominent media personality, Atlanta Constitution editor Reg Murphy. Murphy was soon found, but the fact that editors, publishers, and their progeny now seemed fair game to the revolutionists had made Oakland Tribune publisher William Noland increasingly distraught. On February 23 he was found dead near his country home. The coroner's report said suicide, but there was still talk around town that it had been the work of an urban guerrilla group. So the FBI was under great pressure from a growing body of rich and powerful citizens to 244. Quickly capture the Symbionese and make an example of them. But Bates just wasn't having any luck, and the rather hip population of San Francisco wasn't helping things any. Marcus Foster had been completely forgotten by the street people by mid-March, and, despite screams of jealousy and rage from established left organizations, the Symbionese were really in by mid-March among both revolutionary blacks and the city's enormous white radical community. They had captured the imagination of thousands with the Hearst kidnap and the food program. This victory in armed propaganda was especially apparent in Flay-Tashberry and the Fillmore, where hundreds of S.L.A. lives and S.L.A. feeds the poor slogans had been spray-painted on every available wall. There were a lot of sympathizers. Clear evidence found later at Golden Gate shows that Patty had definitely joined the group before the end of March and that she was issued a weapon and ammunition and allowed to stand watch along with the rest of her comrades. She was even occasionally allowed to go out shopping in the neighborhood by herself, and it's probable that she stood on Divisadero Street just a few blocks from her hideout and watched the food program fuck up in anger and disbelief. Dozens of black Fillmore residents recognized her and other prominent guerrillas wandering around the neighborhood. Nobody finked. One of those who did more than her share to help SLA was a tiny, intense, young black mother named Rita Ma X. Originally a black Muslim who thought all white people were devils, Rita Ma Sink came to her home and asked her to go out and take care of details SLA members could not attend to because of the real danger. By early April she was buying groceries, renting another hideout, even buying a car for them. She says they offered her money to do all of this, but she refused it. All these white people came from good homes, recalls Rita Ma with genuine admiration. They didn't have to become revolutionaries, but they chose it themselves. Faiza talked a lot about how important it was that blacks and whites get together, and every time I came up to Golden Gate she embraced me. They all did. I had never embraced a white before, but the SLA changed my thinking about the race question. Rita Ma, who would later have to face a grand jury and possible criminal charges for her role as an SLA supporter, said that she saw as many as 13 Symbionese Federation members at the Little Flat in 2451. The Fillmore, and she was told that the group had, at that time, about 20 members and dozens of sympathizers who offered support of various kinds. Sink was quiet and serious. He was clean-shaven and good-looking, Rita Ma recalls. He was very believable. The women were all such small people, and I sympathized with that, 'cause I'm small, too. The two white men, Takeo and Cujo, kept saying that it was important that blacks finally believe that white revolutionaries would stand up and fight. Tanya Patty Hearst's reborn name was also a little woman, and she was really pissed at the way her parents had acted. She really thought they had betrayed her. She kept talking about what pigs they were. All the S.L.A.ers were aware that the heat was getting heavier and heavier in San Francisco. The normal patrol of 2 San Francisco police helicopters had been augmented by 2 to 3 unmarked FBI choppers. Plainclothes and FBI units were stopping every car they saw driving through the area with both blacks and whites inside. Sometime before May 1 the Symbionese decided they might have to move into an even more solidly black area, the Bayview Hunters Point district, which had staged an armed uprising in '67 when ghettos in the east had also exploded. They got Ritama X to pay the landlady 2 months in advance on a $150 a month dump in this area where no cab drivers will go after dark and even the cops are afraid. In the meantime, the Symbionese had expanded their newspaper reading habits. They started to study a scraggly underground paper I edited called The Phoenix. We began to run front-page notices late in February asking that S.L.A. please contact. On March 7, the paper printed a list of 20 questions addressed to the guerrillas seeking to get a better understanding of the group's goals, attitudes, plan of action and personal philosophy. A rather audacious request when SLA was the hottest band of fugitives in the country, but Phoenix had always been something of a maverick. The paper was definitely left of center but not self-consciously socialist or revolutionary. It concentrated mostly on cultural events and commentary from writers who were more often iconoclastic than militant. The request for answers on just who the Symbionese were and what they believed was a serious one. The revolutionists, who then lived only a dozen blocks from the old Victorian house where Phoenix was put out, read the requests but did 246 not, at first, respond. Then, stronger on imagination than good sense, I decided to run my own answers to the 20 questions, prefaced with a lot of double talk about how this may be an interview because the style and content is so similar to other SLA communications that we consider it a distinct possibility. I had every reason to believe this, since I'd spent 2 weeks carefully splicing and rewriting portions of the already voluminous Symbionese communiques and tapes together to provide answers that were faithful to the style, spirit, and philosophy of the group. It was such a good job that SLA later would incorporate portions of what I'd written into their own pronouncements. They fit perfectly. Nevertheless, the guerrillas took their public image too seriously to let this mini scam get by. They decided to call me on it, firmly but not in the lethal way they might have. For they'd also read a second analytical article we'd run alongside the interview, and they dug it. It was the first accurate historical piece on SLA and writing it saved my ass. Over in Alameda County Jail, Joe Remiro was also reading the 20 questions and the maybe interview that supposedly answered them. Later he'd say, "Those 20 questions, man, Russ and I went through them once and never read them again, although I did think the interview was real. We read the article you wrote after that 10 times each. I tell ya, it was one of the most fantastic things I've ever read." On April 6, Remiro telephoned Phoenix and dropped a real interview in my lap. He spoke for more than an hour, and he would soon be calling me every second or third day with hours more of the same. But SLA beat him to it. On April 2, a few hours late for April Fool's Day, the Symbionese dealt the Phoenix a real joker. 2471. 16. The 20 questions and answers you came up with were there for anyone who cared to take an objective look. That was no great feat, nor is it something to be ashamed of. The SLA didn't contact you because of that. The follow-up article you wrote in that same issue was fantastic. Your analysis put these intellectuals, Marxists, Leninists, Maoists, dogmatists to shame. You told it like it is, put it where it's at, and had the courage to publish it. First letter to the Phoenix from Joe Remiro. Lick click click. Click click click. It sounds like a key rapping nervously against the thick beveled window set high in my front door. By the time I get out there, the messenger has split. His tacky old florist's truck pulls away from the curb and bumps down steep, old Beaver Street. I'm a little sleepy, been up writing all night. I pad out onto the front porch in my stocking feet to blink disbelievingly into the late morning glare and discover the guy has left me a green wrapped package of flowers. I sniff the hard-blown wind of a fresh spring morning and pick them up. It's overcast, as usual, but it looks as though the sun will burn through by noon. A dangerous day, with an overlay of surprise on it. Who the fuck sent these? I wonder. I pad half awake across the living room office of the comfortably Sloppy Victorian flat, past the paste-up tables, the overpriced cold typesetting machine from IBM, the stacks of ancient books and magazines that provide us with instant collage every publication day. I'm mildly curious about the flowers, but my mind is still locked onto the present issue, which must be put out, as usual, nearly single-handed and damned fast. Final typesetting is tonight. Paste-ups tomorrow, and printing is Thursday. Not much time. No help, but it looks 249. Like a quiet issue. Not a bad issue, but nothing special, not the kind of thing they taught you was good and solid and newsworthy all those years you worked on the dailies. But it will have to do. A good issue to turn on what's left of the old liberal intellectual community, which still forms the backbone of the subscription-buying readership. It will bore the younger, more radically political types. But all that SLA stuff has been getting a bit heavy and it's time for a break. Besides, that scam you did the last time with the resurrected interview was going a bit far. It's time to back off. I amble distractedly over to the groovy old maple bookkeeper's desk, the kind Bob Cratchit would have loved, and plop down the package of flowers. Now who in the hell? I decide it's just a many-petaled apology from the old socialist film critic who is now 2 days late with her copy. She probably wrapped the reviews inside. Maybe she got that job doing PR for the opera and this is a thank you for turning her on to it. I open the green wrapping paper and a dozen long-stemmed American Beauty roses roll out, looking and smelling like dewy-eyed apology. Underneath the roses I spot a long, fat envelope. My name and address are written inside a big Valentine's heart. Yeah, it's gotta be Margot. She's just that corny. I think about other things as I open the envelope, the usual lack of advertising, the hassle I've had with my wife that morning, mostly my fault. I'm tired again. Inside there are several pages of typewritten copy, about as expected, only it doesn't look like Margot's copy. And there's one of those silly, 2-bit, so-called humorous greeting cards. On the outside it says, guess what? There's a badly done clip art drawing of a stork with a baby bundle in his bill. Oh, for Christ's sake. At her age. I flip the card open. Inside it says, Happy birthday. But it's not my birthday. Although yesterday was April Fool's Day. It also says, scared the hell out of you, didn't I? A little piece of photo paper floats down out of the card as I open it, and I have to stoop and scrape it off the floor. It's a funny looking little triangle, half a driver's license, as it turns out. Oops. Suddenly I wake up. There in my hand is just enough evidence to rapidly convince me that I've really done it this time. Me and my fucking fake interviews. It's the right-hand half of a California driver's license. I can still read 2 letters of the middle name 11 and the 250. Last name, Hurst. There's just a portion of an address on the top. Then I study the signature, Patricia Campbell Hurst. There's a neatly sliced photograph of the young woman on the bottom. Not all of the face is there, but it's enough to recognize quickly. The lady has been in the headlines lately, and this is most decidedly her driver's license. My stomach explodes and I race through the 4 sheets of copy. Top sheet, Communique No. 7 from the Symbionese Liberation Army. Second sheet, directions on how to handle the release of the top sheet and the 2 pages underneath. They are codes of war. I glance at them. Finks and traitors will be executed. Do they mean me? Now you've done it? I call my wife. Joan. Joan. For Christ's sake, come here. The fucking Symbionese are at it again. They sent me a communique. And a birthday card. And some roses. Come here. There is really no need to yell at her. She's disgustingly carrot psychic and knows at once what I'm hollering about. She's been plugged into the SLA story for months now, with that crystal ball TV news mind of hers whirring out possibilities, angles, conjectures. She got me into this mess in the first place, and I wish to hell I'd never even heard of these fuckers. What's next? A cyanide bullet. Joan runs in barefoot and grabs the handful of documents and sucks them into her raging mentality by instant osmotic flush drain. She knows immediately what's happened, and she explodes with ideas. We've got to do what the SLA wants, she says, get copies of all of this to the 3 radio stations, release the messages to the rest of the media, get our own act together, and headline this story ourselves. We've got to completely tear up this issue of the paper. I read the communiqué again more carefully. They've really dropped a jewel in our laps, the first good news to come out of the whole affair. They're going to release Patty Hearst. Says communiqué number 7, dated April 1st. Subject, negotiations and release of prisoner. Herein enclosed are the codes of war of the Symbionese Liberation Army. These documents, as all SLA documents, are to be printed in full and omitting nothing by order of this court in all forms of the media. Further communications regarding subject prisoner will follow in the following 72 hours. Communications will state the state, city, and time of release of the prisoner. 251. The signature is II Unit 4, Gen. Field Marshal CIN, S.L.A. Another sheet contains only one paragraph of instructions. It reads: this communication is to be sent through you to the people. You are hereby directed by the Court of the People to notify immediately radio stations KPFA, KSAN, and KDIA concerning the complete contents of this communication, understanding that you must not cooperate with the FBI by turning over this communication or by providing them with any information. Protect your rights as reporters by refusing to reveal your sources of information. And then there are 2 pages of the Codes of War, the 4th major SLA document to be released, and obviously a statement of basic principles that must go into the media before the group can announce any disciplinary actions against those former members who have betrayed it. The codes, to be found in full in the appendix, order death for SLA members who surrender, kill a comrade or cause the death of a buddy by disobeying orders, desert a fellow soldier on the field of war, inform to the cops, or split without orders. It says that all paid or unpaid informants will be executed, and it gives specific day-to-day rules for discipline within the Army, including laws on the use of booze and drugs, handling of prisoners, and relations with the general population during the war SLA has declared against the United States. It's a very important document, and one which, by hook or by crook, they obviously want published immediately. That's why they're using you. Problems. How do you release all this stuff to the 3 hip radio stations and portions of it to the rest of the media without handing over the documents themselves and providing any information to the feds on how it landed in your hands? 2. What does this mean in relation to the dumb scam you just pulled, running a rewrite of old SLA documents and calling it an interview? Will their next communique be a volley of poison bullets? Nerves. Okay. You answer the first question fairly fast. You make Xeroxes of everything, keep the driver's license, but put the original documents into the safe of a radical lawyer you trust. You'll fight for their possession in court before giving them to the feds. That's your right as a newsman. 252. The SLA didn't have to tell you the rules about protecting your working papers and refusing to reveal your sources. That's a basic civil liberties fight you've been waging for years, for you know that no reporter should cop out on his sources. It's not only immoral, they'll never again trust him, and then he's useless as a journalist. If the FBI wants this information, let them go out and spend 2 bits for a newspaper like everyone else. As to releasing the stuff, you give everything to KDIA, the black station, KPFA, the radical Berkeley outlet, and KSAN, the underground San Francisco wavelength, just as the Symbionese have instructed. As for the rest of the media, many of them junior G men who hang out with the cops because they like to. Forget it. Give them the wordage but don't let them photocopy anything but the driver's license. Photocopies would show the typewriter used and could even reveal fingerprints. They could end up as evidence. As to whether the SLA is setting you up for something, who knows? Let's see how things develop. But don't forget yesterday was April Fool's Day. The Cobra people take themselves seriously, and they bite. They obviously read your last issue and there may be a few surprises ahead. In any case, it's turning out to be a very interesting day. By 1:30 that afternoon, 2.5 hours after the flower drop, I've got the details attended to and have called the 3 radio stations. Then I tip Associated Press and the dailies, but not UPI, which is on strike and operating with scabs. The medialis are down upon us by 2 p.m., and it's pretty much routine press conference nonsense. The TV boys, more actors than newsmen, try to take over like they always do, but I make sure the print media get the first break. TV reporters take longer anyway. They keep forgetting things and asking for repeats, so I have to read the communiqué and the attached instructions over and over again. It gets to be a bore, but the free advertising is most welcome and I'll do it all day if I have to. An aging peroxide blonde who has somehow landed a job on the town's only non-commercial television station, that once liberal bastion of cool, clear Adlai Stevenson fairness, barges in and starts to throw her plastic-gutted weight around. She can't understand why we don't want the FBI in the house. She always tells them everything, even if she has to make it up. She throws a childish fit on the spot. 253. In saunters the Mod Squad hack from the big morning sheet. He's more together than the raging blonde lady but quickly makes it clear that the urban guerrillas are beneath him socially. All the revolutionaries he knows joined SDS for kicks while pursuing a course in business administration at some elegant Eastern university. This is the guy who's supposed to represent the New Left, and his grand illogic has led to the dailies attacking SLA because it offends the sensibilities of Rennie Davis and Jerry Rubin. They've even begun to speak fondly of the Weather Underground. The Hearst paper finds Weather leader Bernardine Dorn infinitely preferable to Donald DeFries and his buddies. Bernadine laughs her ass off. The Afternoon Examiner, Hearst sailing mastodon, sends out a nice, sweet-tempered old guy I used to work beside on the court beat. The dude who almost got us both busted one morning in the summer of '64. He'd smelled me toking up in our private little toilet right next to Department 33, Superior Court, City and County of San Francisco. "Hey, John," he yelled through the antique frosted glass of the bathroom door. "You got some gauge in there?" "Hey, man, I ain't had no gauge since 1943 down in some tea-pad in Lil Ol Harlem." Naturally, one rolled him a couple of numbers. It was good weed, and old Hank sucked it in like there was no tomorrow. He hadn't been high in 20 years, and the effect was really comic. "Hey, man," he yelled, loud enough for the judge and jury next door to hear every word. "That's dynamite gauge. Why don't you roll up a couple more o' them muggles and we'll just stroll over to the state building and cover a lil ol pension hearing." Figuring it was going to be some boring and inconsequential affair, just a bunch of retired typists or janitors demanding a few more bucks. For their doddering senility I rolled up a handful of nice, thick numbers and stuffed them into my trouser pocket. Sure, I was holding, but who was going to bust a nice, respectable young reporter like me? Hank and Slash made it across the street flying low. He kept rushing up to prominent judges and politicians he'd known for years, whooping and hollering and throwing his wide and friendly arms around them. They gave him their best shit-eating grins and went away shaking their heads. Drunk and at this hour of the morning, we highballed into the sedate old state building, and Hank Unin, 254, tensionally knocked down the armed guard who stands just inside the entrance. Luckily they were friends, and the guy smiled sheepishly and put his gun away as he got up off the floor. The hearing room was to our left, and Hank crashed through the double doors like the Schlitz malt liquor bull looking for an open icebox. Every eye in the room turned toward the intrusion. And then it hit me. Man, I'd seen at least half these dudes before. They were narcs. It was the entire state narcotics squad, down here to lobby for bigger pensions because they had to deal with all of these really dangerous, vicious, commie dope fiends. Like us. Remembered the pocketful of reefers, thrust my hand deep down into it as though were trying to crush them out of existence, and cast my dilated pupils toward the floor. Wanted to disappear, but Hank was still hooping and hollering as we made it down the aisle to the very front of the room, where the press table was set in such a way that we half faced this whole room full of narcs. I got Hank into his seat and whispered, "For Christ's sake, Hank. Cool it. We're right in the middle of the heat." He toned down a bit, and, at the first break, I managed to sneak into the men's room and flush my pocketful of joints down the toilet. What a waste. But, boy, that was close. At the end of the meeting, the chief state narc marched over to the press table and told Hank he'd bust him if he ever came into the state building that stoned again. Then he turned to me, "And who's your friend?" he asked, totaling up a 20-year sentence in his cold, gray eyes. After that, Hank wanted to wander around a bit, visit his old buddy the Attorney General, and then make a side trip over to the FBI. I begged off. I had an unbelievable headache. This is the grand old dude the Examiner has sent to get the story and then take me down to Hillsborough so I can give Daddy Hearst a first-hand report on what the SLA is into these days. I also decide to slip Hearst the hunk of driver's license they've sent me. It belongs to his daughter, and I decide that, legally and morally, it's my obligation to put it in the hands of her family. So, as soon as we've gotten rid of the last of the TV and radio latecomers, we go out on the front porch for a quick confrontation with the FBI and then off to Hillsborough in an Examiner camera car. They are pissed I won't hand over their evidence. The one who introduces himself only as McLeod is courteous but insistent. "MC Cloud," I say. "Oh, are you that lawman I see on television? That 255 cowboy I see riding his horse down Fifth Avenue every week?" He just glowers. "And what's your first name, Mr. McLeod?" I ask, taking out my notebook to get the facts. "I junt," says he in that delightfully broad Texas accent of his. "And I can get downright nasty when I has to." We bid the FBI a fondue and head south toward Hearstonia. It seems like old times. I'd ridden almost identical camera cars day after day when on assignment in 60-63. Even the fatigue is an old buddy. We begin to reminisce about all the drinking we did a decade ago and nearly say fuck Hillsborough and head over to Bryan's to see if they still know how to make a triple martini. Hank talks us out of it. The sun is just setting as we pull off the freeway and wind around some nicely wooded and increasingly affluent suburban streets to the two-story Hearst mansion. Not a castle or anything like that, but 22 rooms will do nicely for starters. It's my first trip down here. I'd worked for Randolph Hearst's family for a total of nearly 5 years as both a reporter and an editor, but, needless to say, I'd never met the man or his brothers. The publishers of the big Hearst papers don't consort with the hired hands any more than Jefferson Davis was. In the habit of running down to the cotton fields to sip mint juleps with his slaves. "Oh, all us niggas, we just love workin' for you, Massa Hearst. And you, too, Ms. Catherine." The roadside next to the high brick wall in front and the lawn just within are jam-packed with a lazy swarm of reporters and photographers. There are big TV vans, miles of power cables, lights, and tripods set up all over the grass and driveway awaiting the next press conference extravaganza. We carefully negotiate our way through all of this, and the métier men, who have no idea what we're here for, grudgingly let us past with an irritated buzz like a swarm of fat blue flies being chased off their favorite dog turd. Inside the front door I am met with an atmosphere of careful elegance, dozens of really fine antiques and artworks straight from San Simeon mixed somewhat haphazardly with contemporary overstuffed furniture from a high-class but tasteless department store. It is obviously a well-lived-in house, but there is a certain cold formality in the air, a humorless rigidity. Randolph Hearst reminds me of Nelson Rockefeller. He is media-wise and always on his political toes, but he's much too rich and powerful to really care what is said or written about him. He's about the same age. 256. And height as Rockefeller, also wears horn-rimmed glasses, seems alike in temperament, and comes from a somewhat similar economic and cultural background. Although Randolph exudes a more calculatingly informal Western style, he's definitely a Californian. Hearst seems to take up a lot of space, even in a large room, but he manages to gracefully dominate without intruding. He's widely built, with large bones and a rather square and placid face. His clothing is tweedy and well-tailored, correct but not uncomfortable. Those large glasses seem to imprison a somewhat saddened pair of tired and world-weary eyes. He's seen too much already. He had been drinking when I get there, and this may have made him a bit more hearty than usual. I realize that, despite the cordial reception, Randolph Hearst would not normally be caught dead giving me the time of day. But these are not ordinary circumstances. We are in the midst of a super-publicized personal and political crisis that alters everything it touches, and Hearst bends over backward to be agreeable and make a good impression on a normal enemy he now believes can help him get his daughter back. The whole thing strikes me as a little weird. It is as though the revolution has already been won, and here we sit among the Hearst antiques like October soldiers getting stinko in the winter palace of the Tsar. Yet we have experienced no real change, just the stop-time quality that seems to permeate the entire drama of the SLA. All of the characters in this extended play are in a state of temporary suspension, like some frozen celluloid hero in an ancient Keystone comedy the moment after someone has pulled the plug on the projector. There they wait, one silly foot raised skyward, one awkward arm thrust into nothingness, half a smile beginning to form on an idiot face, 3/4 of a thought hanging in a time-locked brain. You know that all of these people will, at some point soon, get back into their regular lives. The Hearsts must soon go back to making money. Stephen Weed must now trudge forward into full professorship with or without his darling Patty. Even Joe Remiro must go somewhere once judgment has been rendered. But, at the moment, you feel this strange and terrible overtone of waiting that engulfs Hillsborough like a coldly tidal dream. Sooner or later someone is going to find the switch. Sooner or later these lives must plug back in. So there I sit with Randolph Hearst. Instinctively I like him, but this seems a good time to move with caution. Within that velvet glove. 257. He now so graciously extends lies a fist of steel, and he still possesses the power to deliver a lethal blow to anyone foolish enough to cross his certain plans. Catherine Hearst joins us, and it's hate at first sight. She may or may not have been briefed as to who and what I am. I've been introduced as a former employee, but Catherine exudes all the charm of a matronly iceberg looking for the Titanic. It is probably more of an instinctual than an intellectual reaction, for she senses the heresy within her pious home. From the moment she enters the room in an expensively tailored wool suit, her heavily made-up, over 50 face fixed in an immovable mask of frigid propriety, her well-lacquered coiffure holding every hair in regimented place, I feel her horrified eyes locked upon my embarrassed face. It would be impolite to say she stared. It is, after all, her home, and she has every right to carefully regard this underground editor with suspicion. But after these cold and unforgiving eyes have pierced me for 10 or 15 minutes, I find I can no longer look tactfully away, and soon our eyes are locked into a mutual glare that is anything but loving. I know very little about her background, just that she met Randy while he was doing the obligatory stint as a reporter on the Hearst paper in Atlanta, the Georgian, in the mid-30s. That this daughter of a telephone company executive, a debutante and junior leaguer, was noted for her piety and extremely orthodox frame of reference. I get the impression that she's a little dull, but no one has ever had the balls to tell her so. My words at this point are careful and as considerate as I can make them. I tell the Hearsts that I feel intense sympathy for them, that I have a daughter, too, and that if anyone were to kidnap her I'd be out of my mind by now and I'd do anything to get her back. I say I'm glad to be bringing them some good news for a change, and then I read the exact language of communique number 7 with its promise of complete data on Patty's release within 72 hours. I also read them the instructions I have received from the Symbi ones, which, I note, sort of put me in the middle. I am charged with giving out the content of what they sent but must withhold the papers themselves, all except the driver's license, which I say belongs to them. I hand it over to Randolph Hearst and prepare to leave. I'm glad to be getting out from under those twin guns that Catherine calls eyes. But Randolph wants to talk, and talk he does. 2 or 3 very strong and generous drinks later he keeps calling them stirrups, like some 258 English country gentlemen. Our conversation becomes well lubricated. We have to interrupt the discussion to take care of some pressing business. First there's a typing job to do, copying the communique and codes of war so that the examiner will have a careful and exact duplicate to print the following morning. That takes nearly an hour, and I work in the Hearst family room with Randolph, Catherine, and several of their daughters and sons-in-law hanging over me. Hank and some other Hearst newsmen help me set things up and do the copy reading. It's like old times, grinding out a story with these guys again. Then there has to be a press conference. The twerpy little TV newsman who has become a family retainer and the go-between to the press insists upon it. A lot of the Hillsborough media crew did not make it up to San Francisco to get the communique at the Phoenix office. They simply sat on their well-paid asses down in this comfortable retreat of the very rich and waited for the Hearsts to hand the news to them on a platter. This has become the normal way for most to cover this complicated story. Some of these reporters have come halfway around the world to cover events from the front lawn of this house. They report only what they are told and end up docile serfs encamped loyally around the ramparts of Hearst's media manor, resisting all intruders, and all serious questions, for months on end. So we get up and begin to walk out onto the front porch for a conference in which I will explain what I've gotten and Hearst will comment on the message itself and attempt to interpret it. The whole situation seems surreal as I amble out there between the two Hearsts, out that door and onto the front pages of the World. Hearst has also become aware of the incongruity of this situation. It has begun to sink into his weary brain just who and what I am. A few minutes before we walk out to face the reporters, I make it clear that I am one of the 3 men who founded the underground press in America. I stand for all that he suspects and hates. I have long and loudly opposed everything his newspapers support. I represent a way of thinking and living that is almost beyond his comprehension. To Catherine Hearst, I am clearly the enemy. So it is more than strange that we should meet this way and then appear so publicly together, and I sort of want to get it over with. The publicity is great, but I feel uncomfortable down here. I do not want to bring any more grief into a bad situation. Just hand over the driver's license, make a quick statement, and get the hell home. But it just doesn't work out that way. I'll be in the house for almost 259. 3 hours before all this is done, and with that much time involved a confrontation is bound to occur. Randolph brings things out into the open just before the press conference. I've been introduced as a former newsman who quit 2 good jobs on Hearst papers. He wants to know why, and I begin to tell him about it. I've gotten as far as the famous castration of Christ on Christmas Day caper in Los Angeles when we reach the front door and prepare to go out. I'd resigned because a Jesus freak art director on the Herald-Examiner had insisted on airbrushing the cock and balls off the infant Jesus, who appeared on several pages of a special Christmas rotogravure section in 1966. I'd chosen the photos and laid them out. The offensive pictures happened to include a Rubens and a Veronese that originally had been owned by one William Randolph Hearst. Catherine overhears the story and looks as though she's about to croak. The old man is laughing. He thinks it's amusing. She bites her lower lip. He stifles a belly laugh and we're out the door. We face a truly Daliesque scene. The sun has set by now, but there is still a faint red afterglow on the western horizon. An enormous crowd of media covers the entire front lawn. It is the biggest such gathering I have ever seen, and for a moment they frighten me. They seem more like a lynch mob than a journalism convention. They swarm in upon us as we appear on the front porch, and a sea of expensive cameras click in unison like an orchestra of angry crickets. Reporters scurry back and forth between the front of the house and a long line of red and white princess telephones that seem to grow organically out of every tree along the roadside. So much television lighting is focused upon us that it's soon as hot as midday. But it's not really worth worrying about. It turns out to be just one more of those dumb canned conferences where nothing meaningful is said. There are no interesting questions. Questions seem, in fact, to be discouraged. Any attempt I make to bring in something controversial is squelched. I make the suggestion, for instance, that as reporters we should all resist efforts on the part of the government to seize our working notes and force us to reveal our sources of information. We are newsmen, not unpaid informers. I am met with a giant hiss of outrage and find myself grateful that no one has brought a rope. It is quickly obvious that this gathering totally identifies with Hearst and the FBI, and unpopular ideas will not be tolerated here. I have never seen so many reverent and uncritical people posing as journalists. 260. The press conference over, I shake Hearst's hand and start to split. The Phoenix is now running a day behind schedule and I have to get home and get a paper together. Certainly this is a problem he'll understand. But he stares at me in disbelief. I have not been dismissed. He stands just inside his front door beckoning me with an insistent index finger. Oops, sorry boss. I zip back in. Time for another stirrup or two. Sure. Catherine is not pleased to see me back and soon retreats. Her place is taken by a fat, gibbous black man who gives out some nonsense about once being a radical in LA. He's obviously a bodyguard and / or an FBI man, and he keeps a very close eye on me. He occasionally interrupts the conversation when we get into areas that displease him. Nevertheless, it's good to finally talk without the emotional drain of Catherine's frosty presence. Get a drink or two into him and old Randolph comes on like one of the boys. Up to a rather carefully defined point. But when Catherine's around, things are different. This family is obviously a matriarchy. Randolph Hearst seems to have basically fair instincts, and you begin to wonder whether the whole SLA story would have gone down differently if Catherine had not been involved. But then you look hard at Randolph and remember that little of the real harm in the world is done by easily identifiable villains. Most of it comes from well-intentioned and powerful men who bumble through life unable to see themselves or the havoc they spread around them. The conversation turns again to my earlier criticisms of the Hearst press. It is not the first time Randolph has heard this kind of talk. But I am surprised to find that he has never read the more important critics of mass media. He has not, for instance, even heard of A.J. Liebling's famed Wayward Press column that ran for so many years in the New Yorker. He seems to know very little about his father's notorious history. I get the impression that this is a man who has spent more time worrying about his bank balance than the editorial content of his newspapers. A lot of the criticism I lay down was first put on Randolph Hearst by his favorite daughter. It was Patricia who told him more than a year ago that his newspapers are now relics from another century and that no one of her generation even bothers to read the Examiner. She urged that Hearst papers be redesigned, that they finally seek out some of the true social issues of their time. I remind him of Patricia's opinions as gently as possible and try to explain my belief that her kidnap was definitely a product of the Examiner's stodgy, Socially irresponsible attitudes. I try to explain why. 261. Berkeley radicals might feel that Hearst is the enemy, why it was his family the SLA has chosen for their outrageous attack. I do all of this politely and rapidly because he has asked me to, not because I want to upset the man or bring more trouble to an already troubled house. I want to get it done with, for I long ago gave up thinking I could instantly change the opinions of a 59-year-old millionaire who runs the country to suit himself. Yet it is a fascinating opportunity, and Hank, a Hearst hack for nearly 30 years, moves in close to catch every word. You can see his eyes widen as you put out these heresies, and the excitement rises, along with the booze, to flush his gentle old face. This is the kind of talk every honest newsman the two of you have ever known would like to lay on the management. It's the kind of talk you traded in a city hall press room 10 years ago. But neither of you ever expected to say it to the boss. Yes, it is too good a chance to miss, and you start to warm to the task even though you do not expect to alter one molecule in Randolph Hearst's prefabricated brain. You then talk about the real issues today. You say that America is on the brink of a depression that will make the 30s look like a temporary shortage of butter v egg money. The international situation is strongly against us. The world has gotten sick of American military and economic aggressiveness. Vietnam has outraged mankind. The world will no longer allow us to play the cops of the planet for our own amusement and profit. The Nixon-Watergate fiasco has drained what little confidence remained in the national government. Never has the system been so distrusted. The 60s dream of peaceful integration has turned into a separatist 70s nightmare, with more ghetto burning and full-scale race war just over the horizon. The big cities have become racial and economic battlefields. Oakland, for instance, has reported an unemployment rate of over 10%. Double that for the true level of misery just across the bay. Our prisons are jam-packed, and they spew thousands of dedicated revolutionaries back onto the streets. The establishment responds by hiring more cops and buying more armaments. All hell is about to break loose. Hearst answers with a long and pointless story about a recent tour he's taken of black schools in the South. He wishes to appear liberal, a concerned gradualist, a believer in political evolution but completely within the present system. Wait, he says. Take your time. Nothing can be changed in a day. He can afford to wait. A hungry family on welfare living in a rat. 262. Infested tenement cannot. An ex-con going nowhere but back to jail will not. A freaked out and jobless Nambit whose prime skill is mass murder has already had it with waiting. The time is past for this kind of gradualism, I say. The time is here for immediate and meaningful change. He says that things are not really that bad. Not for him, that is. I suggest he forget to pay his next parking ticket and then take a one-night tour of a big city jail as a prisoner. I suggest he move back into Central City if he's to earn the right to edit a San Francisco paper, that he send his children to the public schools, ride the buses and streetcars instead of a long, black limousine, try to walk the streets at night and then tell me what he thinks of law and order. He respectfully declines. I begin to get a little carried away with an outrageous idea. I begin to wonder if this whole insane SLA experience might not produce something important after all, at least for one family named Hearst. I begin to believe that maybe, just maybe, the SLA number might so shock and outrage Randolph, his board of directors, his editors and writers, that some significant and socially meaningful changes could occur at his newspapers. What makes this idea grow strong is our discussion of the dramatic and unprecedented series of meetings Hearst has undertaken with dozens of radicals and reformers who sought to serve as middlemen in the delicate negotiations with SLA, people Hearst would never have otherwise met. I suggest that he certainly must have learned a little something from his visits to Vacaville to confer with Death Row Jeff, he must have absorbed a bit from Popeye Jackson and Dennis Banks of the Indian movement and Cesar Chavez of the farm workers. Certainly all of this intense and highly dramatic conversation must have made him think. Certainly he's going to change a few things in his own life and at the papers he dominates. He nods his head in agreement, but it is more a matter of politeness than conviction. I start to leave again. He wants me to talk and drink some more. And, though I sense a certain loneliness in the man, I have to decline and remind him that I've still got a newspaper to put out. Perhaps another day. I leave, hoping that maybe, just maybe, this man will change. Maybe. The impossible will happen and the Hearst newspapers will join the 20th century. Perhaps I put too much emphasis on this, perhaps it's because I 263 worked for so many years on 2 of those papers and I so badly wanted to improve them. It's strange to discover I still care. I get home and plow into my greatly enlarged load of work. I'm up all night and most of the next, and we get out an interesting issue. I never see or hear from Randolph Hearst again, and nothing ever changes at the San Francisco Examiner. 264. 17. 7 have chosen to stay and fight. Patricia Hearst. In less than 24 hours, the SLA would make all of the bustle and confusion caused at the Phoenix by Communique No. 7 utterly pointless. Patty would take care of that all by herself. At about noon on April 3, station KSAN received the 5th and most famous of the SLA communications, the incredible Tanya tape, in which Sink would announce that the subject has been freed but has refused to go home or take part as a member of the enemy fascist state. There is no further need to discuss the release of the prisoner under this condition since the prisoner is now a comrade and has been accepted into the ranks of the People's Army. The announcement, which amounted to one of the greatest propaganda coups in American history, left the Hearsts and their small army of media retainers absolutely flabbergasted. This was the one thing they had not imagined possible. Every conceivable excuse and apology was offered to explain away Patricia's action, everything from Chinese brainwashing to a devious James Bond sort of plot in which the girl had been forced to make the tape and was then killed. Every reason was offered except the obvious one, that she was young and romantic, had fallen in love with one of the guerrillas, had come to accept their politics, and was outraged at the way her parents had screwed around while her life was at stake. The 2 things that enraged her the most were the mishandling of the food program and her mother's acceptance, a few weeks before the Tanya tape, of a reappointment by Ronald Reagan to a second 16-year term as a UC regent. Such an act was really cold. SLA had made it clear shortly after the kidnapping that Cather 2651 INE's acts while on the Board of Regents had been one of their prime motives and justifications. A mother who really cared about her child would have resigned immediately from the board, hoping to get the girl back safely. Instead, Ms. Hearst had the nerve to publicly accept reappointment as a regent while Patty was still a captive and while everyone at Hillsborough was, publicly, crying, wringing their hands, and worrying out loud about all the danger she was in. As Patty put it, "My mother's acceptance of the appointment to a second term as a UC regent, as you well knew, would have caused my immediate execution had the SLA been less than together about their political goals. Your actions have taught me a great lesson, and in a strange kind of way, I'm grateful to you." With bitterness overflowing, she called her father a corporate liar and said it should be obvious that people who don't even care about their own children couldn't possibly care about anyone else's children. The things which are precious to these people are their power and money. The best publicized family spat on record then focused on Stephen Weed, who also struck out in Patty's newly revolutionary ball game. "You don't know what's happened since then." February 4th, the day of the kidnap, said Patty in a voice that alternated between militant stridency and adolescent rage. "I have changed, grown. I've become conscious and can never go back to the life we led before. What I'm saying may seem cold to you and to my old friends, but love doesn't mean the same thing to me anymore. A disbelieving weed would make one last attempt to win his lover back, an abortive trip to Mexico City to meet with Regis Debray to obtain a letter from the master revolutionary urging Patty to see her family once again and not to defame the name Tanya she had taken. In honor of Che Guevara's one-time mistress. SLA ignored Debray completely. With the question of Patty's gun-toting future settled, SLA sought to use this last tape, the contents of which would definitely be printed in full, to try to gather recruits for the revolution. Angela Atwood said. That Sink, now installed not only as General Field Marshal of the guerrilla forces but also as chairman of the United Symbionese War Council, had only one word for the people: come. More recruiting slogans were uttered by Bill Harris. Then Nancy Ling Perry came on heavy with an introductory speech for Sink that would have made the average Kiwanis Club Toastmaster green with envy. 266. Sinkmtum is the name that was bestowed upon him by his imprisoned sisters and brothers. It is the name of an ancient African chief who led the fight of his people for freedom. The name means fifth prophet, and Cin was many years ago given this name because of his keen instinct and senses, his spiritual consciousness, and his deep love for all the people and children of this earth. This does not, however, mean that Sink is from God or someone that is holy or that he has an extreme ego problem. Nancy went on to proclaim Sink as another prophet and leader. This leader comes not to beg and plead with the enemy, he comes not to warn of violence, but is himself the bringer of the children of the wind and the sound of war. After the imaginary cheering had died down and the brass band had been silenced, Sink himself came on to urge an all-out war on the system and to get down to some of the business of the revolution, to be exact, a list of people who had crossed the Symbionese and should be rubbed out by any of the people's forces when found. At this point, the editor of the Phoenix, who was listening intently to the tape over the radio, could see why the April Fool's Day communique had been sent to him with a little less than friendly intent as a means of justifying the upcoming order to rub out a few enemies. I took a deep breath, for I expected my name to appear on the list of the condemned. The names listed were Russ Little's old girlfriend, Robin Steiner, who was called an informer to the FBI, Chris Thompson, also labeled a paid informer, and Colston Westbrook, the Black Cultural Association leader, who was accused of working for military intelligence and the FBI at the same time. No John Bryan. Wio. Sink followed form and addressed part of the tape to Remiro and Little. This time he apologized for not doing anything to prevent their capture. Said he. To our two soldiers who are in the hands of the enemy and to all our comrades behind the walls, as you know, we have learned a hard lesson from our mistakes, and will learn from this for the future and the war that we the people will win. I am sure that you understand that under our codes of war there can be no surrender to the enemy, at any time or at any price. You both have shown correct actions in recognizing that even though you are innocent of any crimes, it is not possible for you to receive a fair trial in the enemy's arena. I deeply regret that you 267J were not offensively prepared to attack rather than be seized by the enemy. I send you my love, and the love of all comrades, and courage in your determination to carry on the struggle even from that side of the wall, and we will never relent from this end. In this way, we do expect to meet again. Few outsiders realized what this meant at the time, but it must have been crystal clear to Remiro and Little. Since Patty had joined SLA, the group could no longer barter her for the freedom of the two captured soldiers. In effect, Sink was saying, "Sorry boys, but it looks like you're just going to have to stay in stir. Nothing we can do about it?" Patty tried to soften the blow a little with a love note in her portion of the tape. Said she. "Osceola Little and Bojo, even though we have never met, I feel that I know you. Timing brought me to you, and I'm fighting with your freedom and the freedom of all prisoners in mind. In the strenuous jogs that life takes, you are pillars of strength to me. If I'm feeling down, I think of you, of where you are and why you are there, and my determination grows stronger. It's good to see that your spirits are so high in spite of the terrible conditions. Even though you aren't here, you are with other strong comrades, and the three of us are learning together. I in an environment of love and you in one of hate, in the belly of the fascist beast. We have grown closer to the people and become stronger through our experiences. The tape had no sooner been broadcast over KPFA and KSAN than the front page of the Phoenix was torn up to accommodate a fascinating new picture of Patricia Hearst, this one showing her in a gorilla beret, dark pants and shirt, with long, obviously dyed black hair. She was holding what looked like a modified M16 with a sniper scope on it. Military experts would later claim that it was only a cheap and inaccurate ML carbine with a 3-cell flashlight taped on top. The Phoenix headline would say Patty set self free, with an overline calling her our Gorilla of the Year. There would also be a long story that told about the receipt of the April Fool's Day communique and the fact that I had run a semi-fake interview in the preceding issue. Time to fess up. 4. Once the true situation had come out with the Tanya tape, I realized that I was walking on very thin ice with both the FBI and SLA. I was caught in the crossfire between them. It was now time to get the absolute truth on record and damn the consequences. I'd been out 268. Scammed by experts, and I'd better admit it while I was still ambulatory. From that point on, I could report on every aspect of the story with an absolutely clear conscience. I apparently made the right decision, because, within 48 hours after we hit the streets, the Phoenix telephone rang and Joe Remiro was calling from jail to give us our biggest scoop of all, a complete tape-recorded interview that took more than an hour of phone time and filled 3 pages in the next issue. SLA also sent Phoenix a short thank you note for releasing the codes of war as they'd instructed and for not finking to the FBI. Russ Little soon got into the act as well, and in the issue following the Remiro interview we were able to run Little's handwritten biography and philosophy, which had been forwarded to us from jail. These 2 exclusives constituted a first that other journalists had been trying to get for months. But the 2 prisoners had refused to talk with the straight press. It took absolutely candid, if embarrassing, admissions I made in Phoenix to open their hearts and their mouths. Said Remiro. You didn't get those roses and the communique because you wrote those 20 questions and answers. You got sent it because of the thing you wrote after that, the analytical piece. It was fantastic. I probably got more insight into you from that thing you wrote in the last issue than you got into the SLA from the documents and communiques. Part of the arrangement I made with Remiro after he'd given me the first extensive interview since his arrest was that I would make full transcripts of this exclusive available before I published it to all the other media. I presented the transcript to the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, Associated Press, and United Press, where the strike was now over. Not one word was picked up by these outlets, who had been publicly saying for months that they were desperate to get an interview with Remiro and Little. The first-person article by Russ, in answer to my extensive questions, was also given to the big papers. Again, nothing was used. I was flabbergasted, and more than a bit suspicious. There was absolutely no question about authenticity. I had Remiro's interview on tape. Little's story was in his own handwriting. Their jailers were aware the phone call had been made and the letter sent out. Later I found out that no major story on SLA was appearing in San Francisco, or being accepted by the AP or UPI bureaus, without an okay from Randolph Hearst. He apparently had turned thumbs down on what Remiro and 269 Little had to say. The public was only going to get his side of the story from here on out. My talks with the 2 captured soldiers continued until June. They cleared up a lot of basic questions people had been asking about the Symbionese. The 2 also made it clear that they did not approve of the superstar status now being accorded to Sync. We don't want to come on as being romanticists, said Russ Little. We don't want to come off as being superstars. We don't want to come off as being mystics. We're socialist revolutionaries. We studied all this shit for years. We been involved for a long time. They felt that the other S.L.A.ers, many of them rather unsophisticated street people, were letting Sync's leadership trip get out of hand. They regarded this as a counter-revolutionary trend. S.L.A. has had a lot of firsts, said Joe. They seized the media for instance. But he went on to say that getting on a superstar trip was definitely a mistake. S.L.A. is not the vanguard, he said. They took a vanguard role and they gave vanguard leadership. They did fantastic military political action, fantastic propaganda. But there's other groups, other organizations, other people, there's militants all over this country that are capable of the same thing. And for anyone to claim they are the vanguard is really a farce. Sync, he said, has proved his ability as a revolutionary leader. True revolutionaries and lovers of the people have no doubt that he is a military political genius. Those who attempt through mystical rationalization to build a superstar jeopardize everything. The people have learned through lessons of blood that such superstars, uncriticizable images, can lead toward counter-revolutionary opportunism. The people do not want one prophet, one revolutionary leader, they want a revolution. There are many capable revolutionary leaders, in the ghettos, the prisons, the blah, the SLA, the people want and need them all. Both Remiro and Little were ecstatic when they got the news of Patricia's conversion to Tanya. There's absolutely no doubt that she's a member now, said Russ 2 days after the arrival of the famous tape. It's obvious from reading her statements. She's aware of all the bullshit that's coming down from her family. There's never been a political kidnapping in history where the victim joins the revolutionary forces. It's crazy, but it could only happen in America. Joe had a few words to say on the matter, too. 270. All these people who don't understand how Patty Hearst could join the SLA just aren't thinking. I mean, if I were being held by the SLA and they made a demand that was within the ability of my parents to pay, like it would be like asking my parents for $200 or $300, how would you feel about how your parents really felt about you if they didn't come up with it? I mean, she was really scared. She said, "Please get me out of here," and they did nothing. As public disbelief reached record heights and every expert in America offered new theories to prove that Patty had not actually said what she'd said or done what she'd done, Remiro and Little asked, is it really true that people are still running around trying to negotiate for Patty's release? Don't they understand that Patty has been released? Do they expect the SLA to turn Tanya over to the FBI? Sync said the action was terminated. Don't people have dictionaries? The public furor continued until April 15, 13 days after the Tanya tape, when the rich girl turned revolutionary delivered a very clear and convincing statement on the matter while participating in a bank stick-up. In the sixth and next to last of the Symbionese tapes, Tanya explained the motives behind the $10,660.02 robbery and tried to justify the shooting of 2 elderly passers-by who had been blasted away by S.L.A.ers who walked into a Sunset District Hibernia bank hefting loaded automatic weapons. Said she. Our action of April 15 forced the corporate state to help finance the revolution. To those clowns who want a personal interview with me, Vincent Hallinan, Stephen Weed, and Pig Hearst, I prefer giving it to the people in the bank. That interview with a crowd of terrified customers, clerks, and guards had been short but to the point. Get your motherfucking heads down or we'll blow you away, Patty had stated in a cultured but convincing tone of voice. She'd made a point of posing throughout the robbery in front of automatic bank cameras, which took thousands of shots of the heiress turned desperado. Much cheaper than running down to your neighborhood portrait photographer. SLA meant the pictures to provide a complete and final statement on Patty's conversion, and Remiro and Little were joyous. It was bodacious, said Remiro. Absolutely bodacious, said Little. That's a prison word that means just too much. 271. Remiro explained the revolutionary logic that made SLA follow in the well-worn footsteps of the old Irish Republican Army and Joseph Stalin to become bank robbers. Look, man, this is beautiful for practice in guerrilla tactics. And we have to live, you know. We're not part-time revolutionaries. As to the shooting of the two bystanders, I think the SLA was just as sad about it as you or I were, that it had to happen. It's too bad they didn't have time to stick around and help the people who were shot down, like the Tupamaros once did in a stick-up in Uruguay. But what would have happened if they'd have left that bank just 3 minutes later, man? That's when the pigs arrived. There would have been a car full of pigs out there, and there would have been one hell of a motherfucking battle, and there would have been all these innocent people killed, man. See, you can't apply revolutionary tactics dogmatically from one country to another. Between April 15th and May 17th no new word was heard from SLA. On May 4th the deadline set by the Hearst Corporation for the return of Patty passed, and $4 million they had put in a trust to be used for the food program if she were safely back home by that date reverted to the corporation. On the day before, May 3rd, Death Row Jeff released a somewhat finky statement, motivated apparently by promises that he might finally obtain his freedom, and urged SLA to return Patty in time to meet the May 4th deadline because these other poor and oppressed people need to be fed. He urged that Patty come back above ground to go around the country and around the world teaching to the people. He got only silence in response. The location of the Symbionese remained as much a mystery as ever. An extremely embarrassed FBI continued to make pathetic statements about being hot on the trail of the fugitives. It was obviously no more than idle chatter. Until May 16th, when Bill Harris went shoplifting just once too often. 272. This is not a good place. They'd be much better off to go back up to Berkeley. Southern Californians have never flipped out like the Bay community has. The only kind of support they might pick up here is other crazies who have spent a lot of time in Berkeley. They might get some of these Bay Area white crazies down here to die with them. Los Angeles Police Chief Edward M. Davis on the Symbionese LA had said that their actions would speak for them. And guerrilla watchers kept close to their radios and TV sets from mid-April, when Hibernia Bank was knocked over, until mid-May, when the next action statement was made. The cops found gunpowder in the Golden Gate Avenue pad shortly after May Day, and everyone figured that whatever went down next, it would go off with a bang. On May 16 the newspapers poignantly asked, whatever happened to Patricia Hearst? It had been more than 3 months since she had been kidnapped. The following day they would find out, and that day would prove to be a sociological milestone for America in a number of ways. On May 17, 1954, just 20 years earlier and in the same year Patty had been born, the Supreme Court released its famous school integration order in the case of Brown v.S. Board of Education. At the time, it had been called the most important decision of the century, the end of segregation in this country, the beginning of true racial justice and complete integration on every level. 20 years is a long time to wait for something that has supposedly already been given you, and a lot of energy and aspiration had gone down the drain after 2 frustrating decades of bumping head-on into a massive roadblock of entrenched privilege and prejudice. It had 273 been a battle of attrition, and it had dispelled all illusions about racial equality in America. A famous black commentator editorialized on the morning of May 17, 1974, that not even school desegregation had been completed in those 20 years, and as for true integration, forget it. The South, wrote Carl Rowan, had merely lifted itself to the level of the surreptitious and sleazy racism so long practiced in the North. A few more blacks were finishing high school and going to college, but more and more of them were attending black-dominated central city schools that had been abandoned in the white flight to suburbia. Once he got out of school, it was as hard as ever for the average black kid to get a good job. And as for housing, We are more ghettoized than 20 years ago with our city's virtual black prisons ringed by hostile white suburbs. It was on this troubled anniversary, and within a still burnt over ghetto where thousands of blacks had risen in overwhelming denunciation of bigotry and half measures not 9 years before in the Watts riots, that SLA would give May 17 still another dismal significance. It would be the day a band of urban guerrillas would take on the armed might of the establishment for the first time in an all-out firefight. And it would be the day that Sink, Cujo, Faiza, Jelena, Zoya, and Gabby would die amid unparalleled violence and notoriety. They got into this mess in an absurdly casual way, and because they let paranoia and textbook geography get in the way of gut wisdom and the well-proven historical fact that politically repressive Southern California, which wanted to go with the Confederacy in 1861, has always been a dead end for reformers and revolutionists. Bill Harris would explain that, by late April, the group had begun to fear capture on the peninsula tip of land occupied by the city of San Francisco, an area he called a natural defile, a trap, surrounded by water and with limited choices for breaking a major encirclement. So SLA pulled out a road map or two and, relying on Sink's rather ill-informed and hazy recollection of what life was like in the Los Angeles ghetto, they decided it would be safer to move south, where they could lose themselves amid crumbling stucco slums on the endless smog-shrouded plains. We decided to move our base of operations to Southern California, concentrating on the greater Los Angeles area with its vast oppressed communities and more favorable terrain, said Harris. First a reconnaissance team was sent down for a brief look, and then the whole 274 unit slipped out of San Francisco and into Los Angeles on May Day, 1974. On May 9, the Group of 9, which now called itself the Malcolm X Combat Unit of the SLA, rented a rundown little white cottage at 833 West 84th Street, less than 2 miles, and the other side of the Harbor Freeway, from the center of the Watts uprising. The tiny house was well within what was known in 1965 as the riot zone, an area where enormous mobs completely took control, burning hundreds of white-owned stores, and altogether too many of their own houses, looting and drinking and celebrating in an anarchistic flood that almost swept over downtown LA before terrified police and troops could contain it. Dozens of lots in this area still sit vacant after the mass incineration and, here and there, burned-out frame buildings no one has ever bothered to tear down are vivid reminders of the immense fury that sizzles just beneath the surface of the biggest black district in the West. The appearance of this slum community is a bit deceptive at first. Unlike the jam-packed old brick tenements of the eastern ghettos, built before the advent of the automobile, South LA incorporates street after street of once tidy little bungalows and ranch houses with ample yards and a fair number of trees and shrubs. It takes a closer inspection of unpainted walls, broken windows, and dozens of people packed into 2 or 3 rooms to make the visitor realize this is truly a ghetto. It's also an interesting prophecy of what will eventually happen to the hundreds of square miles of jerry-built suburbs now surrounding central Los Angeles once their plaster fronts cave in and the middle class flees to newer ticky-tacks. Just what luck SLA had in organizing a revolution in South LA in its first 2 weeks in town is not fully known, but a little extended observation may have hipped them to the fact that the Southland's black population, more recent arrivals from Dixie than ghetto San Franciscans, were in no mood to screw around with any integrated revolution. White faces are a rarity in South LA and instant race hatred is the norm. The militants of the area had long ago told white reformers to go home and work on their own people, and, among the East then political majority, whites with a price on their heads are fair game no matter what kind of bullshit they're putting down. By May 16 there were clear signs that SLA had decided the climate down here was definitely unhealthy and that they planned an excursion into the mountains, perhaps even a trip down to Mexico. 275. To link up with the Revolutionary Armed Forces, a guerrilla outfit whose origins go back to Pancho Villa and Che Guevara. In any case, they had begun to purchase camping equipment, dehydrated food, and thick woolen clothing of the kind outdoorsmen favor. All the rations were proportioned to handle 9 Sink, Camilla Hall, William and Emily Harris, William Wolfe, Angela Atwood, Nancy Ling Perry, Ms. Moonsolty Seek, and Patricia Hurst. At the 84th Street cottage the now reliable Tanya was assigned late-night guard duty, all night till light. Ignoring Carlos Mariela's stern warning that an urban guerrilla must never boast about his actions and broadcast them to the four winds, the Symbionese now began to reveal themselves to complete strangers, on the totally erroneous assumption that no black would turn them in. Perhaps it was because of their misunderstanding of the Los Angeles scene, or perhaps the game had gone on for too long with month after month of hiding, perhaps they were subconsciously tired of it all and simply wanted to get it over with. The same day that Emily Harris rented the 84th Street house, her black General Field Marshal ambled next door to see Kyle Jones, who had rented them the pad. "Hi," he said, "I'm Sink." Jones, a crusty old codger who is known around his neighborhood as the Prophet, said, "You don't look like your pictures." "How do you think I've stayed free for so long?" replied the guerrilla chief. Jones was invited next door to meet the rest of the gang, and he said he saw 7 or 8 of them sitting around in a circle drinking beer. In the middle of the circle was an impressive-looking pile of guns. Sink introduced the old man around. "That's Patty Hurst, Tanya," he said. "Does she look like she's been kidnapped? We've just given her a haircut. How do you like it?" Tanya shook her newly trimmed locks out and laughed at him. "Patty seemed a little nervous for a while," said Sink, "but she's toughening up." The Prophet soon got into the habit of running errands for SLA, mostly beer and wine runs down to the corner store. One day he asked Sink to do him a small favor. "When you leave, don't leave me bloody," said the old man in a good-natured way. "Don't believe all that bullshit," laughed Sink. "None of that bullshit you hear on the radio and TV. Our shit is as heavy as theirs." 276. With a major expedition into the wilderness clearly in the near future, Bill and Emily Harris decided on May 16 to run down to nearby Mel's sporting goods store in Inglewood to pick up some more warm clothing. Late that afternoon, they took a red and white Volkswagen bus. One of the 3 vans they'd brought down from San Francisco and went out to pick up $31.50 worth of thick flannel shirts and socks. Patty drove them over and waited in the Volks park just across the street from Mel's as the couple went in to make their purchases. A gung-ho 20-year-old store clerk named Tony Shepard saw them come in at about 3:45 p.m. He didn't like their looks. The place has a bad shoplifting problem and decided to keep a close eye on them. He would later claim that Harris walked out of the store with a cloth cartridge bandolier that he had not paid for draped over his arm. Shepard stuck a revolver in his pocket and grabbed a pair of handcuffs. He signaled a second employee to follow him outside, and he then confronted the Harrises on the street. "Why don't you pay for that bandolier on your arm?" Shepard asked a highly antagonistic Harris, who claimed he had paid for it and made several less than friendly remarks about Shepard's ancestry. The clerk detective decided to make a pinch and approached Harris with open handcuffs ready to snap on. He managed to get one cuff on Taco's left hand before a pushing and shoving match landed both of them on the sidewalk. In the struggle, a .38 caliber revolver flew out of Harris's clothing and landed on the street. Shepard and Harris were fighting for its possession when suddenly their little standoff was interrupted by the sound of 27 bullets smashing into the plate glass window and sign across the front of Mel's Sporting Goods. Patty Hurst had seen the sidewalk action, pulled out a modified ML, and sprayed the place with red-hot slugs. She shot high, but it was enough of a warning to get Shepard up and off of Harris, who was joined by Emily in a race across the street to the Volkswagen. The second store clerk, being of sound mind, got the hell inside the store and gave up the cops and robbers business entirely. But Shepard was only slightly fazed. First he took a couple of shots at the fleeing van, and then he bolted into his car and pursued the Volks through the streets of Inglewood. His part of a long and complicated escape ended less than a mile away, after the Harrises and Patty had abandoned the van and commandeered 2 other cars at gunpoint. Harris began to approach the 277 clerk's car with his ML quite convincingly pointed at Shepard's head, and the Junior G man finally decided it wasn't worth all this for a lousy shoplifting pinch and split. Not sure they'd lost him, the SLA trio apparently reverted to an already agreed upon contingency plan and traded cars once again, this time snatching an 18-year-old baseball player named Tom Matthews who had a for sale sign in the window of his '69 Ford van parked out in front of his house. Emily Harris walked up to Matthews's front door and asked for a demonstration ride. Before it was over, he had been made an SLA prisoner on a random 12-hour trip around town. Matthews got so completely over his initial fear that he ended up chatting amicably with Patty Hearst for several hours about her entire involvement with the guerrillas, thereby scoring a scoop any newsman in the country would have given an arm and a leg for. She verified once again that she had not had anything to do with setting up her own kidnap, and that she most definitely was pissed at her father for his handling of the food program and at her mother for the UC Regent number. She said that she had joined SLA willingly and that she was now out to revolutionize the world. The group sat for several hours in a drive-in movie awaiting a contact that apparently never materialized, then they drove up to a deserted road in the Hollywood Hills, where Matthews promptly went to sleep. As the star second baseman of the Linwood baseball team, he had to be ready to play in an important game the next day. About 6:30 a.m., the SLA trio once again switched cars, this time taking a Lincoln Continental at gunpoint after leaving Matthews alone in his truck with the keys in the ignition and a warning that he'd better keep down and keep his mouth closed. They dumped the owner of the Continental and sped away, thus providing the last authenticated sighting of the 3 between May 17 and the time this book was put together early in 1975. Matthews obliged his new friends by waiting until he drove some 30 miles to his home in Linwood before calling the feds. He went on that afternoon to win his baseball game. Much to his surprise, Patty Hearst, legally a kidnap victim herself up to this point, would later be charged with the kidnap of Tom Matthews. Another first for the SLA. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, as they say in the whodunits, Sink and his buddies had grown restive by 8:30 p.m., some 4 hours. 278. After the Harrises and Patty had gone out to make a quick shopping trip. They should have been back by now. Acting on what was apparently another of the group's contingency plans, they hastily abandoned the cottage, even leaving a fresh-cooked and uneaten hot dog on the stove. Their departure was well considered, because police had by now impounded the red and white Volkswagen bus and discovered it contained a parking ticket issued a few days before at 835 West 84th Street, right next door to the guerrilla hideout. Had the police and FBI not gotten into a heated jurisdictional dispute and held off an assault until late the next morning, they might have nabbed the fugitives right there and then. As it was, their flight only put things off for about 22 hours. At 2 a.m. on the morning of May 17, the 6 Symbionese had settled down in their second known Los Angeles hideout, a one-story, 2-bedroom frame cottage with a stone porch foundation, composition shingles, and an unusable attic. It was at 1466 East 54th Street, well within the What's Riot zone. Whether or not they bought their way in with a fat $100 fee for a night's lodging or were welcomed by sympathizers who had long expected them is a point still being debated by police and press. But the move to the east side of the Harbor Freeway, which cuts the ghetto in two like a concrete river, and about 3 miles north of the center of Watts was to prove a bad choice, indeed. Horrified white reporters who rushed right home and washed their hands after a trip into the slums would refer to 1466 East 54th Street as some kind of a crash pad, because 2 young unmarried mothers were raising 2 teenagers and 5 small children in 4 rooms with the help of a steady line of uncles and friends who kept things hopping day and night. It was a good place to go for a game of dominoes and a drink or two, one of the more frequent visitors fondly recalled. "They always party over there every day," said a disinterested neighbor. "Folks goin' in and out all day. None of this is so unusual in the ghetto. You live hard and fast if you're poor with no past and very little future. You swing and jive and booze and smoke whatever dope you can find and drop the pills that are handed to you. Ain't nothing special. True, the traffic through the house occupied by Christine Johnson and Minnie Lewis was a bit heavier than most places, and, as Sam the hamburger stand man down at the corner of 57th and Compton would put it, man, one thing's 279. For sure, those SLA people picked the wrong house on the wrong street in the wrong town. Ain't nothing secret around here for long. When Sink, Willie the Wolf, and the 4 girls arrived, there were 4 adults sitting around the house boozing and watching TV. They were Ms. Johnson and Ms. Lewis, Freddie Freeman, and a 17-year-old neighbor named Brenda Daniels, who had supposedly come over from across the street to help babysit Minnie Lewis's 5 kids but ended up so stoned that she stuck around all that night and most of the next day to watch the action. As Brenda recalls the beginning of what would become the most memorable day in her life. I went down to Minnie's every Thursday evening to play some cards and drink a little. I fell asleep early and when I woke up around 2 a.m. I saw 4 white women and 3 dudes, 2 blacks and 1 white. I saw guns spread out all over the floor, and I asked them why they had guns, more than I'd ever seen in my life. They didn't answer, and, instead, the black dude asked me my name and then introduced me to everyone. Still believing their immense publicity had endeared them to all blacks and that they would not be betrayed, Sink gave the hungover young girl all the correct names. That press they'd been getting had to be good for something. But Brenda wasn't overly impressed, and she just went back to sleep. When she was asked just whom she was introduced to, and was Patty Hearst among them, she gave the naive white interviewer one of those profoundly knowing ghetto smiles and replied sweetly, "Man, how can I tell? All white women look the same to me." She did recall their costumes, though. Sink was wearing a standard army surplus guerrilla uniform, a khaki shirt and pants and a knit cap. The women all wore turtleneck sweaters, either dark green or dark blue, and more than one to a customer they would later start peeling them off as it got hotter. Their commando uniforms also included dark pants with bulging holsters strapped to their belts and special pockets sewn onto the legs to hold big hunting knives. A somewhat irreverent British reporter who once covered the fighting in Northern Ireland would say that they looked like a women's auxiliary of the provisional IRA invented by Hollywood. This same wit would also label them a bunch of muddled romantics who probably owed far more to Hemingway than to Ho Chi Minh. 280. Brenda awoke a little after dawn the next morning to watch Minnie Lewis scurry around getting her children off to school. At about 6 a.m., the black dude gave me $20 to go to the store for some beer, food, lunch meat and 2 packs of Camels. He told me to be cool cause he was going to watch me, and he did, too, through the alley. So I came back with the stuff from Sam's. Sink had taken care of another minor problem a little earlier when he and Freddie moved the 2 SLA vans from in front of 1466 East 54th Street to a parking lot behind a partly burned-out apartment house a block and a half away, at 1451 East 53rd Street. He had no way of knowing that this was a notorious drop spot for stolen cars, a location regularly checked out by police units that cruise the neighborhood. On this particular day, they were looking hard for the 2 vans. Neighbors at the 84th Street hideout had given police the license numbers of the 2 Symbionese vehicles, and, as soon as the cops spotted them on the morning of May 17, they were staked out. When Brenda got back with the groceries, she discovered Sink and Willie busy at work setting up their Browning .30-06 automatic rifle pointing out the front window toward the street. It was one of the only 2 accurate long-distance weapons SLA possessed. Their modified ML carbines and sawed-off shotguns would prove totally unreliable in a long-distance shootout. Freddie Freeman was due to go to work that morning, but when his boss and a friend came to pick him up, he told them all about the SLA number and said that he had a chance to make some big money doing them a favor. The unimpressed buddies shrugged their shoulders and split. Minnie Lewis got her kids off to school and then roused Christine Johnson from a zonked-out sleep. The two had to step over a pile of rifles, Molotov cocktails, and ammunition into the kitchen to make breakfast. Brenda joined them and got upset because Camilla Hall had gone to work making sandwiches. Brenda didn't like Camilla acting as though she were the woman of the house. Minnie and Christine were hung over and freaked. They decided they didn't like the way this whole scene was coming together and figured they better get out of it fast. They dropped a couple of handfuls of downers and drank a big bottle of wine. Both stayed passed out for the rest of the morning. Brenda stayed awake, though, listening to the white girls talk about 281 revolution and watching Willie the Wolf lying on a bed twirling his big fat .45 around an index finger like some gunslinging character out of a grade B movie. About 11 that morning, Sink handed $500 to Freddie and told him to go out and buy a car if he couldn't buy one. Steal it? Fred drove away in a green Pontiac Lemons, never to return. The cops grabbed him just a few blocks away, threw him in the local slam, and later revoked his parole. By 1 p.m. the whole neighborhood was aware something big was about to happen. There was plainclothes heat everywhere. Said Beanie of the Ject, a resident of a nearby housing project who was a kind of unofficial mayor in these parts, the word was definitely out that the police were looking for some very important people. Sam the hamburger stand man could see a small army of cops driving up and down Compton Avenue. Man, this place was loaded with police. The word had gotten around to the 54th Street neighbors, too, and they crowded in to meet the famous gorillas. Among the visitors was 63-year-old James Reed, who came by with some fresh collard greens. He took one look at the pile of armaments and left like the wind. Clarence Ross bopped in, and he ended up guzzling beer and wine with the group all afternoon. And then there were Shirley Davis and 18-year-old Stephanie Reed. Minnie Lewis's kids would wander back in after school, but all the guns and the strange white people finally spooked them and they made a beeline over to the nearby home of their grandmother, Mary Carr. When the kids told the pragmatic Miss Carr about the strange and dangerous goings-on at her daughter's house, she quickly made up her mind that things had gotten out of hand. "I'm gonna break this shit up," said she and called the police. Her call was welcome but not crucial. FBI agents and plainclothes cops had already surrounded the block where SLA was now arming up for the showdown. All they needed was to know which house to attack. As the police presence became more and more obvious, most of the visitors split. Stephanie Reed, either braver or denser than the rest, stuck around to get into some extensive raps with Sink. "When I came in, I saw all those guns on the floor and this black dude with a beard was trying to get things together," she recalled. "He 282 asked me if I had any shells or knives and I told him no." Things were getting interesting, and Stephanie began to ask a few questions. "I asked him his name and he said something that sounded like Swahili, something like Sink. Then he said, 'We're out to get pigs.'" The regular visitors to 54th Street were now getting high on booze and pills. Although Cin and his buddies were taking little sips of wine and beer, they still appeared quite sober. Sink was drinking his favorite beverage, plum wine. He'd settled for Boone's Farm, since the corner store didn't carry his preferred brand, the imported Academa. "I asked him why he wasn't getting high," Stephanie recalled, "and he said, 'We don't get high because we got something to prove today.' The women started talking to me," she continued. "One of the women, she was short and stocky and had short blonde hair, tried to get me to join, and the black dude said that we need some strong black brothers and sisters to help in the fight. Then I sat in the living room looking around. The black dude said to me, 'Baby, you don't talk much, do you?' I said no, and he kinda laughed. He was looking out the window and then he said to the short, stocky woman, 'It's getting hot around here. I think we better split.' And the woman said, 'It's hot everywhere. About this point, Brenda Daniels was sent out on another run to the store for more beer and cigarettes. She'd only gotten about a block when plainclothes cops grabbed her. When she didn't return, Sink knew things were critical. Stephanie watched while they started getting their guns ready. All of them were carrying pistols on their sides, and I saw what looked like a machine gun. The black man started putting it together, putting the handle on the bottom. Stephanie figured it was time to split. Another neighbor came in to watch these fantastic goings-on and talk politics with the busy Sink. She said that he explained how rich white girls like Patty Hearst could get money from their fathers to finance the revolution. He called Patty one of his children, like all of the white girls who were fighting with him. He said that all of them knew a gun battle was coming up and they would fight to the death. "I know I'm going to die," he said, "but we're going to take a lot of motherfucking pigs with us." Christine Johnson then stumbled out of the bedroom and fell on the kitchen floor. Sink put her on a couch where she again passed out. 283. Minnie was still unconscious in the other bedroom. At about 3:30, an outraged Mary Carr burst into the house looking for her daughter. She found Minnie passed out in the darkened bedroom surrounded by a pile of gas masks, guns, and ammunition. She tried to wake Minnie up, but couldn't. Ms. Carr then went out to the kitchen and demanded that Sink and his crew get the hell out of her daughter's house. The revolutionists only grinned. One of the white girls just looked at her, smiling and patting the gun on her hip. The distraught Ms. Carr grabbed up two of her grandchildren and ran out of the house to again call the police. By 4 p.m. the area was surrounded by nearly 500 armed policemen. In an absolutely unprecedented action, the Los Angeles police now notified the press, before sealing off the area, that there was going to be a dandy gun battle there with the SLA. They obviously wanted a worldwide audience for what they had in mind. Rather than giving out the actual address where the cops already knew Sink and his comrades were holed up, a police information officer told hundreds of reporters and photographers to assemble at the parking lot a block and a half away, when the two SLA vans were still being staked out. Far enough away to miss the opening shots of the police assault, but close enough to trot right over once it had started and record the extermination of SLA as a grim object lesson for any other crazies out there who might be seriously considering fucking with law and order. The atmosphere inside the little house was reaching an unbelievable level of tension. There was no way out. They were trapped and they knew it. Minnie Lewis became conscious again and wandered off to the corner store in search of a drink. The cops nabbed her and hauled her off to the station. This left only 6 SLA members: Christine Johnson, still passed out, the 8-year-old son of Minnie Lewis, and Clarence Ross inside the house. Ross was drinking and watching TV, too spaced out to comprehend the growing danger. Over on 53rd Street, where the press was assembling, members of the Los Angeles Police SWAT, Special Weapons Assault Teams, division were preparing a mock attack to keep the reporters distracted. The flak-jacketed officers, with their special blue jumpsuit uniforms with the Natalie visored baseball caps and their superfine sniper rifles and automatic weapons, were laughing to themselves as they crouched down around a mostly burned-out apartment building in which only 284. One of 4 units was occupied. They knew damn well where the SLA was, but the press had to be kept over here. One unbelievably audacious television reporter, the very fashionable Christine Lund of KABC, got the cameras properly focused on her trim little figure and sauntered right up to the apartment door. She knocked and waited. What was she about to say? "Oh, hello there. I'm Christine Lund. Are you the SLA?" The SWAT team stopped laughing long enough to haul her back away from the door and give her a good-natured tongue lashing. Nothing serious. They went through the motions of glancing into one of the apartment's few unboarded windows and then walked away. They were obviously waiting for something more important to happen. At exactly 5:52 p.m. they got the signal they'd been waiting for and raced over a block and a half to the little cottage on 54th Street, with the press in hot pursuit. What they heard was the explosion of a tear gas gun, a gas canister crashing through the front window, and then the rapid crack of semi-automatic weapons. The battle was on. Exactly how it began and whether or not SLA ever had an adequate chance to surrender before being so publicly annihilated is still being debated by those who believe the police can do no wrong and investigators who have carefully researched just what did occur between 5:44 and 7:30 p.m. that May 17. A Los Angeles Times reporter named Robert Kistler wrote in the early editions of his sheet that one canister of tear gas was fired into the house at 5:50 p.m. and massive volleys of law enforcement gunfire followed immediately. Gunfire was returned immediately from the house. The official police version claims that at 5:40 p.m. the squad leader of SWAT Team 1 deployed his 8 men in front and to the east of 1466 East 54th Street. They were armed with 2 tear gas guns, 2 12-gauge shotguns, 4 AR-180 semi-automatic weapons, 1 AR-15 semi-automatic weapon, 1.243 caliber long rifle and .38 caliber sidearms. The squad leader of Team 2 deployed his 8 men in the rear and to the southeast. Their weapons were about the same as those issued to the first team. After the two groups were in position, at 5:44 p.m., says the report, the leader of the squad in front of the house used a small, battery-powered bullhorn to announce, "Occupants of 1466 East 54th Street, this is the Los Angeles Police Department. 285. Speaking. Come out with your hands up. Comply immediately and you will not be harmed." The police claim this announcement was rebroadcast loud and clear, and that a few minutes later the 8-year-old son of Minnie Lewis ran out the front door, followed by Clarence Ross. The official report says that a total of 18 separate surrender announcements were made in this manner in the 8 minutes that preceded the gunfire, and then, without further ado, tear gas was fired. After a second projectile had been lobbed in, heavy bursts of automatic gunfire came from inside the front and rear of the house. Police claim that they did not fire a single shot until after the guerrillas had shot at them first. Some newsmen agree. Others say this is nonsense and question why no attempt was made to negotiate with the rebels over a working telephone police knew was inside the house. 9. In any case, these arguments would prove academic to the 6 SLA members inside. They would be dead in a little more than an hour. By this point, live television cameras were recording the gun battle from about half a block away. The last poets were wrong. The revolution will be televised. Millions of Americans would watch the shootout as they munched lukewarm TV dinners. Once locked into it, few could pull away, at least not in California, where the timing was perfect. It began just before the regularly scheduled 6 o'clock news, which it preempted. There was still plenty of daylight to properly illuminate the scene for the fluky new color mini cameras, and the whole thing would be over by 7:30, so there would be no conflict with those regularly scheduled make-believe shoot MUPs which so amuse and enlighten our bloodthirsty and jaded tastes. Stephen Weed would watch the gunfight in San Diego not knowing whether Patty Hearst was inside or not. Her parents would be riveted to their own flickering boob tube in Hillsboro, 400 miles to the north. Nancy Ling Perry's husband, Gilbert, would watch it in San Francisco, finding it hard to believe this was not just one more blood-drenched Hollywood extravaganza. "I've seen so many cop and robber programs that I couldn't relate to the fact that this was real, that my wife was in there," he would say while his set was still cooling. The Los Angeles SWAT squads, paramilitary units who had never before gotten the chance to use so much weaponry and so many rounds of ammunition on live targets, were overjoyed with this exercise in overkill. Before the battle was over, they would pour over 5,286 rounds into the little house and lob in 50 canisters of tear gas, more gas than had ever been used in such a small space before. Television viewers would watch them run through a perfectly disciplined battle routine in which one marksman would empty a clip from his semi-automatic weapon at the unseen targets within, then step back to reload while his partner moved up and fired off his clip. Vietnam veterans would say that this method was typical of the firefight tactics taught by the US Army in Indochina. What many Namvits could not understand was the incredible length of the battle. Hell, man, I was over there 3 years and I never saw that intense a firefight last longer than 15 or 20 minutes, said a flabbergasted former Green Beret. That thing went on for more than an hour. Nonsense-blabbing television commentators, who covered the shootout with a constant flow of trivial small talk as though it were a minor league baseball game, would call it the greatest gunfight in the history of the West. "We've got a small war going," admitted a busy SWAT sniper as he forced a reporter to the ground. Erratic SLA gunfire stitched a weird and uncoordinated pattern across cars and buildings all around them. Amazingly enough, not a single SLA bullet hit anyone. They would have to send out patrol cars on at least 2 occasions to bring in more police ammunition for their side of the battle. Reporters saw a car coming back once with so much ammunition packed inside there was barely space for the driver. SWAT would later charge the city of Los Angeles $1,450 for 12 gun barrels they claimed had been worn out in one evening's work. They would claim that all of this firing had been handled by only 3 of their 8-man SWAT teams, with a brief assist from 5 FBI agents. The rest of the 500 cops called into the area on this amazing tactical alert were just there to keep the crowds away. The official version of the incident would also report that, despite their clear numerical superiority, all these cops versus 6 guerrillas. SWAT teams were unable to match the automatic weapons fire coming from within 1466 East 54th Street. If the suspects had shot their way out of the house and through the SWAT line of defense, many residents and police officers in the area would have possibly been killed or injured. For this reason, the cop in charge of the SWAT teams asked for permission to turn the firefight into a full-fledged military operation with the use of fragmentation grenades. Permission was supposedly 287 denied, but several reporters wrote that the grenades were used and that those on the scene had to dodge the resulting rain of shrapnel for nearly 10 minutes. At 6:40 p.m., after nearly an hour of pitched battle, SWAT threw 2 more tear gas bombs, Federal 5.55 riot canisters, into the house. Such projectiles give off terrific heat. At 6:41, the squad leader of Team 2 noted black smoke coming out of the window at the rear. The Team 1 squad leader also saw the smoke, and he broadcast over his bullhorn, "Come on out. The house is on fire. You will not be harmed." His announcement was met by the appearance of a dazed and staggering black woman at the front door. The police held fire long enough for Christine Johnson, wounded by both a rifle bullet and buckshot, to get to safety. She was thrown onto the ground and promptly arrested and then charged with harboring fugitives. Later the charge was dropped. She would be the last person to see Sink and his doomed guerrilla band alive. As she recalled her terrified departure from the now burning house. "I crawled out through the living room," she said. "I passed right by Sink and he was shooting at the police. Someone shouted, 'Don't open that door. Don't open that door.' But I was so frightened I don't know who was saying it. I still heard shots. I just went on. Then the police grabbed me. They were dragging me." She got one last glimpse of Camilla Hall before she ran out the front door. "She had 2 bottles in her hands," said Christine, "and it seems like something white was around the bottles. She was walking around with the bottles, following me. She looked like a zombie or something to me. She was halfway smiling." The police took advantage of the momentary halt in firing to bring up 4 more automatic weapons, 2 M16.223 rifles and 2 9mm MP40 Schmeissers. At 6:47, the police say, they again broadcast an ultimatum over their bullhorn, "Come out, you will not be harmed. The house is on fire. It's all over. Throw your guns out the windows. You will not be harmed." The only reply, they say, was automatic weapons fire from within the house, which was now fiercely blazing. By 6:50, the building was totally engulfed in flames and the SWAT cops were getting automatic weapons fire from air vents in the 288th foundation of the house. Some of the S.L.A.ers had crawled through a hole chopped in the floor and were lying flat on their bellies in a 20-inch high space between the floor and the ground. The concrete foundation provided a natural bunker that protected them from the withering police fire, but overhead the cottage was burning itself to the ground. Suddenly 2 SLA members came out of the back of the house. Investigators working for their parents would claim they walked out intending to surrender and that they were unarmed but were met with a merciless police crossfire the moment they showed their faces. The police claimed that Nancy Ling Perry came out firing a revolver and that Camilla Hall was providing cover fire from an automatic pistol. Whatever the truth of the matter, police bullets immediately killed them both. The myopic Camilla died from a shot right through the center of her forehead. Nancy suffered 2 gunshot wounds, one severed her spine and the other cut through her right lung. A third SLA woman, Ms. Moon Solti Sikh, would die from a combination of bullet wounds, smoke inhalation, and burns. Angela Atwood, whose body was found just inside a crawl hole opening in the back, was killed by the fire, as was Willie Wolf. Sink, who was starting to burn alive, apparently put an end to his misery with a self-inflicted pistol shot through the right temple. The bodies of Willie, Ms. Moon, and Sink were found side by side under the right rear portion of the house. The body of Camilla, curled up next to the skeleton of her favorite Siamese cat, had apparently been pulled in under the left rear part of the building by Comrade Angela. Nancy was still outside the house, just beyond the right rear side of the foundation. The heat of the fire was so intense that bullets in the bandoliers of the women guerrillas continued to explode long after they were dead. Their bodies jumped and writhed from the posthumous explosions. By 7 p.m., almost nothing was left of the building. At 7:01, firefighting units that had been standing by since 5:30 were finally allowed to spray in water from a safe distance. The completely leveled ruins of the house continued to smolder until 7:30. Identification of the blackened corpses would not be completed for another 48 hours. The last body removed was that of Camilla Hall. The little piles of charcoal and bone were in such pathetic shape that at least one family, that of Sink, was unwilling to believe it was really him. By the time an autopsy surgeon had removed his head and fingers, there was nothing left to recognize. Police officials would claim they had broken the back of the 289 SLA in the 54th Street Auto da Fe. He may have been Sink yesterday, but he's barbecue today, exulted one SWAT squatter on the scene. The cops would even go on to say they had wiped out the group entirely, and newscasters would report this assertion to the world. But not everyone would agree, including those who could still count on their fingers. Intelligence reports showed that there had been at least 12 or 13 active members loose just before the firefight. 6 were dead. That left 6 or 7 comrades still at large, including Patty Hearst and the Harrises. And what about the 15 or 20 support members who had been working with SLA over the past 6 months? Many of them could now be counted on to seek revenge for their dead comrades, if not under the banner of the Seven-Headed Cobra, then as elements of other urban guerrilla organizations. And what about the thousands of pissed-off Americans who already had grievances against the system and who had come to admire SLA while it was the leading edge of revolution? They had learned some extremely dangerous lessons they would not soon forget. Some admirers had even taken a hand during the shootout itself. Black mobs had twice attacked cops on the periphery of the firefight, forcing the beleaguered police to call for massive reinforcements. The 6 dead Symbionese had not started a full-scale revolution as they had planned, but they had left behind the impression they sought so desperately to create that white revolutionaries could now be counted on to go down fighting rather than to surrender. A What Street kid summed it up nicely a few days later. "They died like revolutionaries are supposed to," he said admiringly. "If you're a revolutionary, you don't surrender." They held off more than 500 pigs. It would prove easier to praise their courage than their marksmanship. Not one cop or any member of an uncontrolled crowd of several hundred newsmen and bystanders who were well within gunshot range of the cottage reported even a minor bullet wound. This was hard to understand, downright embarrassing, in fact. Especially after police had proclaimed the group had superior weaponry and so much of it that the SWAT teams could not, at first, match the automatic weapons fire the guerrillas poured out at them. Why were the Symbionese such bad shots? The question remained unanswered until July 19, when the official 290 Los Angeles police report was issued and some very interesting facts came to light. First of all, the claim that police were completely justified in pouring over 5,000 rounds into the cottage and then burning it down because SLA was so lethal and desperate they might shoot their way out was proven an adroit bit of propaganda. The cops had claimed SLA fired 3,771 rounds. But their own report showed that police had included many hundreds, possibly thousands, of bullets that had gone off in the fire. Witnesses heard these explosions for more than half an hour. They also did a bit of double counting to include in their grand total not only all the shell casings found inside but 702 slugs that had been fired out of these same shell casings. Only 668 casings could be found that bore firing pin marks proving they had actually been exploded in a gun rather than set off by the fire. They also found 475 unexploded rounds that had survived the fire nearly intact. Out of the shells that had definitely been ejected from guns, just 63 came from the only two accurate rifles SLA possessed, their .30-06 Browning automatic and their Remington .244 semi-automatic. 14 shells had been used in handguns, weapons that are almost useless at a distance. The remaining 494 rifle shells with firing pin marks had all been expended in the group's 4mm carbines. A total of 97 shotgun shells with pin marks were found, and these had come out of S.L.A.'s 712 gauge sawed-off shotguns. Sawing off the barrel of a shotgun makes it effective for scattershots at close range. But a weapon altered in this way is very inaccurate for hitting targets more than a few feet away. The short-barreled, semi-automatic ML carbine, a surplus military weapon, is notoriously inaccurate even when it has not been altered. But its conversion into an automatic weapon, and all of S.L.A.'s MLS had been so altered, makes it one of the least accurate rifles imaginable. In their uninformed efforts to come on like real baddies with gangster-type sawed-off shotguns and pitiful little ML carbine machine guns, the Symbionese had done themselves in. Rapid fire is not necessarily accurate fire, as the May 17 fiasco proved. If they just wanted to make a lot of noise, a crate of Chinese firecrackers would have been more effective. It also became apparent that the supersaturation of their cottage with 50 tear gas shells made it necessary to continually wear gas masks and damn difficult to even see their targets, who were combat-wise and had plenty of cover. They also had to keep their heads down because of the driving storm of lead whizzing in through broken 291 windows and thin walls. After the six retreated under the floor, they had to shoot from the tiny ventilation holes they found in the concrete foundation, a clumsy job at best. The angle was wrong for accurate sighting, and it was hard even to see the target. Remiro should have taught them better. The mass media would say little about these military aspects of May 17, but they would expend millions of printed and broadcast words on analysis and personal histories of the 6 dead comrades. The most authoritative obituary would not appear until June 7, some 3 weeks after the 54th Street fiasco. The Harrises and Patty Hearst would deliver their eulogy by means of the 7th SLA tape recording. It was left at Los Angeles radical radio station KPFK, and it would be the last message the public would hear between June and the time this book was assembled many months later. Each of the three took a turn at speaking, and it added up to an extraordinary combination of guilt, remorse, and threatening militancy. Harris would go to great lengths to deny that he had actually been guilty of the shoplift that had led to the deaths of 6 friends. He would furiously attack the official story that Sink had committed suicide. Our 6 comrades were not on a suicide mission, said Takeo, who made it clear he was in charge of what remained of SLA. They were attempting to break a battalion-sized encirclement. He claimed the police deliberately burned down the house rather than give the 6 a chance to surrender. He said of Sink, "We all know revolutionaries do not kill themselves. Revolutionaries kill the enemy." He promised SLA would continue to fight despite the May 17 tragedy. Emily Harris said the battle was not an end, but a beginning. "Whether we live or die, the day is close at hand when the people will join together in an army because of the wish to survive on their own terms, and the people will change the course of history through their courage and determination." Patty Hearst said that their Malcolm X group was a leadership training cell and not all of SLA. She would give individual tributes to each of those who had died and would, for the first time, reveal that it was her love for Willie the Wolf that had been the key factor in her conversion. "The pigs think they can deal with a handful of revolutionaries," she said in a voice that alternated between careful intellectual analysis and screaming revolutionary rage. "But they can't defeat the incredible 292 power which the people, once united, represent. It is for this reason," she said, "that we get to see live and in color the terrorist tactics of the pigs. The pigs are saying, 'You're next. I died in that fire on 54th Street, but out of the ashes I was reborn. I know now what I have to do.' Our comrades did not die in vain." 293. Indeed, Alameda County has never before been confronted with a case wherein an apparently small band of individuals described as an army set out to revolutionize the political, economic, and judicial structures by literal overthrow and in so doing assassinate a prominent educational leader with cyanide bullets in the back, kidnap the daughter of a leading publicist, rob a bank of $10,000, calling the act political, and, in fine, threaten to demolish the very state itself. Brief by Attorney James Jenner in defense of Remiro and Little. He short hour allowed for visiting Joe Remiro in the stark and depressing 10th floor courthouse jail is about up, and I fold my notes and begin to stuff them in my back pocket. Wrapped inside is a communique the 2 prisoners have put out reacting to the May 17 wipeout. "The government has claimed this is their victory," writes Joe, "but the objective facts don't support such a theory. The facts are that it took over 6 months for thousands of specially assigned pigs using millions of dollars to murder 6 revolutionaries. During the People's Battle and the Pigs' War of May 17, 1974, 6 true revolutionaries proved their love and dedication to the cause of the poor, oppressed and imprisoned. Now the government claims that the war is over, fully realizing, as we all do, that it's only one battle that is over and that the war has just begun." Little would add a few afterthoughts, including a compliment to Tanya for the skill she displayed in using her submachine gun to free her 2 comrades at the store. Remiro sits there watching the last few minutes of the visit tick off on a wall clock, and he continues to rap about what has happened in LA in that same jaunty style he has exhibited throughout his long captivity, smiling from time to time, keeping up his own spirits and 295. Trying to act like a winner even though he now expects to spend the rest of his life behind bars. His energy and optimism are so amazing that the jailers have reached the point where they no longer know how to cope with him. On Easter Day, the 2 revolutionists spent the afternoon serenading the prison from their isolation cells. For the most part they sang "Here Comes Peter Cottontail" while hopping around their cages like bunnies. When Death Row Jeff sent them public greetings in the tiger cages of Alameda County, they posted a huge sign dubbing their dungeon a tiger cage. When Patty Hearst announced her conversion, they put up a recruiting poster that said "Join the S.L.A." The guards finally got tired of tearing things down and just let them remain. You can tell that these burly, starchily uniformed deputy sheriffs would just love to beat hell out of the 2 soldiers, but close court supervision and the fear of what SLA might do in retaliation have kept Remiro and Little relatively free of the usual prison intimidation. "They tried to choke us once," Remiro reports, after the food riots in East Oakland. They were so mad and frustrated. But it never happened again. SLA has managed to keep most of that stuff off of us. Their tactics managed to keep us from being tortured or killed like we might have been. But now, with the core of SLA dead and authorities announcing that the group is permanently out of business, it appears that Joe's good time is about up. What's going to happen to you now? I ask. Joe pauses a moment to think it out. Well, it depends on a lot of things, he says. I know what they want to do. They want to lynch us. Try us until they finally railroad us into a conviction of something, and then they're going to throw us off into the prisons and then they'll try to kill us. But it will be hard. They finally killed George Jackson, you know, and they got off easy. There are a lot of people they'd like to get, you know, and I guess we're two of them. But it's not going to be so easy anymore. They're going to lose 10 guards for every revolutionary they get in prison, and they're scared. Guards are hard to come by these days. Ramiro considers his grim future in more detail. You know, I didn't really do anything, you know. I'm not guilty of what they said one did. I didn't really do anything, but look what's been accomplished anyway. They can't let us go now, even though we're in a 296 cent. We're too dangerous to release, you know. They've made us into something that we never were. Never in our wildest dreams did we think they'd make us into some kind of a mystical symbol. So now they just can't afford to let us go after what they've built us into. Ramiro says that he expects to eventually end up back in the adjustment center at San Quentin with the hardcore revolutionists who are the terror of the prison system. He seems pleased that the recent bloody example of his comrade's death has convinced so many black prisoners that young white guerrillas are no longer bullshitting. We met some of the finest people in the world in the adjustment center, he says. We'd rather go back in the hole than stay here. We were with our comrades there, man. I've never seen people with such a capacity to live. He's sure now that he will be welcome in that heavy company. The American underground, including the most deadly and determined of the black groups, has spoken out strongly in favor of the SLA. The loudest and most emphatic response came on May 31st, when the Weather Underground blew up the Los Angeles offices of Attorney General Younger in retaliation for the extermination of Sink and friends. Several communications followed, explaining the bombing and urging unity among armed radicals so guerrillas would not again be allowed to fight and die alone. Ramiro is even more excited by a May 25 emergency meeting, which unified a number of the underground groups that had not previously worked closely together. He's especially turned on by the praise SLA has finally received from black guerrillas, most notably from Black Liberation Army and the Nationalist Pan-African Organization. It looks like at least a part of the Symbionese dream bringing black and white fighters together is coming true. It was announced that a new umbrella group called United People's Liberation Army had been formed, which would coordinate the remaining units of SLA as well as BLA, the Black Guerrilla Family, and the New World Liberation Front. The communiques were full of praise for everything SLA had been attempting to do. It's unreal, says Joe. They called this Emergency War Council, with representatives from revolutionary organizations throughout the country. What they did was, they gave all the people who were in the house in LA the Shaolin Dragon Award, which is something that was started by George Jackson when Jonathan Jackson was killed, and they gave it to Patty, too, and, like, it was probably the first time, I'm 297. Almost positive, it's the first time that any white people had ever received it. Ramiro stops for a moment. He's really carried away by this late-blooming acceptance, but there's an ironic side light. For the first time since he began discussing the death of his comrades, there are tears in his eyes and an emotional huskiness in his voice. And then there was this one black woman from the BLA, says Joe. And she says they were contacted by the SLA at one time and that she shunned them because of the color of their skins. And she says right out, you know, that they didn't know if SLA would stay and fight. They didn't know if the whites would turn them in. They didn't know how they would react under fire and all of this. And then she starts crying. And she says she's sorry and that it will never happen again. A young guard who has been assigned to keep an especially close eye on Remiro sees that the hour is up and loudly unlocks the door to the visiting room. Joe seems glad for the interruption. He's as close to completely breaking down as I have ever seen him. He starts to get up to leave, and then he remembers something we'd been talking about earlier. Look, when you write about me, man, don't make out that I'm some kind of superstar. It just ain't true. I'm no Malcolm X. I'm no George Jackson. I'm not big enough for all that. I don't have enough love in me. The guard takes him back to his cell. A few days later, I take a dimly lit courthouse elevator up to the 7th floor, where hearings on the question of moving the Remiro Little trial out of Alameda County and to another part of the state are about to begin before balding old Judge William McGinnis. Security is fantastically heavy. Everyone entering the courtroom is searched and photographed and questioned. But all of this paranoid bustle is completed outside the double swinging doors. Deep within the decorous judicial chamber itself it is quiet, proper, high-ceilinged, dark-paneled, an unlikely place for two cultures to collide. There is a small and drooping California flag beside the bench, a huge and brilliant American banner tacked up on the wall behind the judge's chair, half a dozen lawyers thumbing through the usual stack of interminable briefs. A lovely Eurasian court clerk wears the shortest miniskirt I've seen in years. The audience is comparatively small, mostly a gaggle of Berkeley radicals who cluster together for mutual support. I take a seat near the window and settle down for a long and dreary 298 afternoon. I've covered 1,000 trials and seldom been to one I'd willingly repeat. The defendants have not yet been brought down to the courtroom holding cell, and there is lots of time to sit and think. I have not yet forgotten the awful vision of that burning ghetto cottage and the barbaric way 6 people died inside. I'm thinking about Remiro's belief that their death will bring a new and bigger revolution. I've been saying for most of my adult life that a revolution in America is too far away for serious consideration, at least within my lifetime. My own belief in nonviolence has made me search for other ways to change things. Yet what has gone down around me these past few months has made me think again. The Los Angeles barbecue has deeply disturbed me, and out there in television land there must be thousands who feel as I do. It's not that they seek any kind of specific retribution for those grisly deaths, not that many people really identified with SLA. It's the volatile condition of the country in which all of this occurred that has us worried. True revolutions are seldom consciously started by a handful of plotters. They explode like a giant tank of high-octane gasoline that's sprung a leak. SLA and the urban guerrilla movement it represents can only supply the match. Things are getting bad in America. Something's going to have to give. All the signs are here. Integration is a joke. The races are further apart today than they were 10 years ago. The economy is on the verge of self-destruct. Authority, which once depended on a stable national government, is in full retreat, with the word Watergate stamped red and angry on its fleeing ass. The cities have become jungles. Violent crime has increased 47% across the country since 1968, almost as much as the cost of living. Murders, more than half by handgun, went up 12% in the last 24 months. America is not isolated anymore. In both economics and politics, the world is growing close. There soon will be no more wars that are not world wars, no more recessions or depressions that do not impoverish every nation. SLA staged the first political kidnapping and one of the first showcase political assassinations in American history. This country's politicians used to boast that such impersonal violence could not happen here because Americans still communicate. There is still a basic fairness, a manly give and take in the United States. The rich and poor are not that far apart. We have no rigid class system. These arguments made sense a decade ago. The situation we're 299 faced with today is vastly different. Things are getting bitter, and more rigid lines are being drawn than ever before. We are rapidly becoming a class society. Trust and communication have broken down. The foreign terrorist examples in Europe, the Mideast, and South America, which U.S. radicals once studied with only mild interest, have now become vivid examples of what can be done here as well. The possibility must also be faced that the S.L.A.'s exploits and massive media impact may result in emulation by other small bands of domestic revolutionaries, concluded the House Committee on Internal Security in spring, 74. A spokesman for California's Attorney General admitted in early summer that a number of terrorist groups formed in the image of SLA are now gathering. There are probably 6 to 8 groups such as the SLA. And they represent the dedicated terrorist who believes in the destruction of the present governmental system, said Robert Houghton. They range anywhere from 8 to 15 members. They are kind of a product of evolution or distillation from the 60s, and they are very well known to each other. Some are Vietnam veterans. FBI Director Clarence Kelly has predicted that SLA-type capers would encourage others to engage in kidnappings, skyjackings, riots, and other political crimes. Frightened California legislators have underlined their conviction that this kind of terrorism is just beginning by drafting laws that would grant special rewards to those who catch political kidnappers, create new agencies to keep a constant watch on known radicals, establish a system of informers, one in every neighborhood, and provide super security for the rich and powerful, including bodyguards and human shields. An outraged Attorney General Evely Younger forecast a great wave of guerrilla violence after the bombing of his Los Angeles office. For once, he was right. A series of bank robberies would begin around California and the nation, which would be claimed by Blatt and other guerrilla groups. Armory raids would net hundreds of military weapons. A burglary staged in the first week of June, just a few miles from the SLA shootout site, would provide enough guns to supply a combat infantry company and would force the army to reveal that it had been hit by a series of similar armory heists dating back to 1968. Hundreds of MLS, M16s, and machine guns were taken. The thieves were not exclusively leftists, the extreme right was suspected, too. 300. Groups like the New World Liberation Front and the Weather Underground would step up their bombings, focusing on large corporations like ITT and Anaconda, which helped to overthrow the Allende government in Chile. American guerrillas would pay more and more attention to the increasingly international nature of big business and would identify with terrorist revolutionaries in Argentina, Mozambique, Santo Domingo, Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, the Middle East, and Ireland. In early 74 the newspapers would be full of reports on the activities of these foreign people's armies. The SLA caper would also dramatically underline the degree to which Americans are now becoming polarized for or against the establishment, with little room in this totally black and white standoff for more carefully considered positions in between. SLA had obviously pushed all of the emotional buttons at once. All the ancient fears of black violence and the mythologies of misage nation, the growing suspicion of freaked-out Vietnam vets, the utter horror and dread aroused by militant feminists, the generation chasm between ever more conservative parents and truly rebellious kids. At no time in my own journalistic career of over 20 years had I seen a situation in which so many people took violent and hysterical positions on a subject and were so totally unwilling to talk to someone with an opposing viewpoint. The word polarization even crept into the official report of the LA cops on the shootout, said Police Commission President Samuel Williams. The 6 deceased seemed to have been individuals who were, for the most part, well capable of making positive contributions. But they turned instead, as a matter of tactics, to terror. They were alienated and by personal choice became outlaws. They committed themselves to violence and to provoking an official institutional counter-violence which would and did crush them. They involved all of us in their bizarre fantasy. They initiated a self-corrupting spiral of oversimplification and polarization and violence. But these may have indeed been the very purposes of the Symbionese Liberation Army. I'm thinking about all of the frantic rage that SLA kicked up when Remiro and Little in their white prison jumpsuits are led into the courtroom and Judge McGinnis quickly strides up onto the bench. The hearing begins. Most of the argument for a change of venue comes from Little's lawyer, James Jenner. He offers tons of clippings and complete news. 301. Papers to show that prejudicial pretrial publicity has been so heavy in Oakland that a fair hearing is impossible here. He will eventually have his way and the case will be moved to another county. I take desultory notes, for most of this has been said before and better in previous cases. Toward the end of the afternoon, however, Jenner starts to take issue with the manner in which the prosecutor has introduced a number of newspaper exhibits of his own, the Oakland Tribune front pages from April 7 to May 5 to show that almost nothing in these newspapers is in any way related to Remiro, Little, or the SLA. It is clear that he is ignorant of the politics of the case, for some of the headlines he introduces into evidence are the best possible examples of how very political the matter really is. How much SLA was an outgrowth of current economic and social conditions not only in America but around the world. Trials involving political defendants almost always run into this impasse. It is the job of the prosecutor to try to exclude the very issues that made the accused do the things he's charged with. They don't really want to know why, just did he do it? If he's a draft evader, the prosecutor will not want the court to consider anything except whether or not the man signed certain forms and did or did not show up for induction. He will not want to hear a word about the legality and morality of war. Nothing but the statutory transgressions, chapter and verse, will be allowed. In the Remiro Little case, the only issue the prosecution wants discussed is the question of just who fired what bullets into Dr. Marcus Foster. If he possibly can, the DA will handle the case as if it has no political content whatsoever. This practice absolutely enrages Remiro. They are not even speaking the same language. When the DA reads off a headline that says 18 Israelis slain by guerrillas and then indicates it has nothing whatever to do with SLA, Joe explodes. Of course it does, he yells at the prosecutor. Almost every one of those headlines have everything to do with it. You're goddamned right they do. Judge McGinnis, who reminds me of a benign General Patton up there in front of that huge, day-glow American flag, silences him, and the reading of the headlines continues. Callie's sentence stands, he reads, and I remember that Joe Remiro is here because of what happened to him in Vietnam, because of the massacres he participated in. 302. $20 million in stolen art recovered, the prosecutor notes, referring to an action by Irish terrorists who were emulated by SLA. Censoring by prisons is limited. And I remember Joe's deep involvement in the prison movement. Subpoena of Nixon tapes. And I recall Joe's bitterness when Nixon ignored those years of peace marching. Junta frees imprisoned in Portugal. The fate of black rebels in Angola and Mozambique was a continuing concern of SLA. V.A. Head Johnson plans to resign. Remiro's disillusionment as a veteran turned him toward revolt. Corporate crimes attacked by Nader. Every Symbionese document overflowed with references to corporate criminals. Shah hits oil prices. The international oil cartels were prime SLA enemies. I hate Americans. Melina Mercury. Because of U.S. support for the Greek junta, another SLA cause. Bomb explodes at Teamsters office. Planted by supporters of the rival Farm Workers Union, for which Joe worked long and hard. Prices soar, inflation hits 25-year high. The soaring price of food helped spark the SLA food ransom plan. 14 firebombs rip stores in London. The Irish terrorists again. U.S. aid held in Argentina by the People's Revolutionary Army, a model SLA drew freely upon. UN warns of world's problems. Most especially famine, inflation, and an end to the good life, and they claim this has nothing to do with socialist revolutionaries. As dozens of these headlines are being read into the record, I begin to stare out the seventh-floor window at the wide expanse of Berkeley and Oakland below. It is a clear day, and I can see the Berkeley Hills and part of the community where Remiro first learned the ABCs of militancy. My eye travels to the fancy apartment house just across Lake Merritt, where I think I see Black Panther Huey Newton standing on his balcony, gazing across the shallow body of water toward this courtroom where his revolutionary successors stand trial. Newton won his own freedom here after a shootout with police some 4 years ago. He spent many months in the very same jail where Remiro and Little now are held. Off to the west, I can hear the whistle of tugboats and the distant rumble of great cranes loading a dozen freighters for long journeys across the Pacific and into the world. Out there lies the future. 303. I shift my gaze slightly to the southeast and see the parking lot, where Marcus Foster was gunned down on the evening of November 6. A little farther to the south is the strange deserted park that S.L.A.'s assassins ran through on their way to a waiting car parked by the quaint old Civic Auditorium, which lies only 100 yards below this courtroom. It is because of the events of that night that Joe Remiro now faces. Tired old Judge McGinnis. The prosecution will do its best to narrow the issues down to no more than the murder of Marcus Foster, to a game of cops and robbers, everything reduced to bang bang shoot 'em up simplicity that even the most moronic police reporter can understand. And the entire trial, and it's bound to be a long and complicated one, will again and again funnel down to a dreary discussion of which statutes were violated and by whom. It will be both tiresome and tragic, because the real issues are vital and will probably be ignored. A truly political series of acts brought Joe Remiro to this courtroom. And a freaked-out but idealistic young American war veteran who could find no peace in his own country will now be tossed upon the social scrap heap, chewed up in the legal meat grinder, and then spoon-fed to a disinterested and somnambulistic public as just one more pablum testimonial to law and order. It's sad, because so much more is involved. Asterisk. Here, so much could be learned, the warning is so clear. The trial, which has half begun this day in Oakland, is going to be a lot longer than anyone expects. Its ultimate judgment will encompass us all. I think about this as I watch a shadowy mind play of long ago events and relentless future possibilities through the double-locked and closely barred courthouse window over Lake Merritt. I realize that this is going to be more than one man's trial, and that it will last more than one man's lifetime. Before it is done, a lot is going to have to change in this screwed-up country of ours. I wonder who will still be around to judge Joe Remiro's story at its end. I wonder who will be called innocent then and who will be guilty. How great a penalty will the living pay, and how heavy? A debt must be passed on to those generations that are not yet even a dicker of unconscious lust in our imagination's wandering eye. 304. Appendix. Declare war. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army Declaration of Revolutionary War and the Symbionese Program. August 21, 1973. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army is a united and federated grouping of members of different races and people and socialist political parties of the oppressed people of the fascist United States of America, who have under black and minority leadership formed and joined the Symbionese Federated Republic and have agreed to struggle together in behalf of all their people and races and political parties' interest in the gaining of freedom and self-determination and independence for all their people and races. The Symbionese Federation is not a government, but rather it is a united and federated formation of members of different races and people and political parties who have agreed to struggle in a united front for the independence and self-determination of each of their races and people and the liquidation of the common enemy. And who by this federated formation represent their future and independent pre-governments and nations of their people and races. The Symbionese Federation is not a party, but rather it is a federation, for its members are made up of members of all political parties and organizations and races of all the most oppressed people of this fascist nation, thereby forming unity and the full representation of the interests of all the people. The Symbionese Liberation Army is an army of the people, and is made up of members of all the people. The SLA has no political power or political person over it that dictates who will fight and die if needed for the freedom of our people and children, but does not risk their life or fight too for our freedom, but rather the SLA is both political and military in that in the SLA the army officer, whether female or male, is also the political officer, and they both are the daughters and sons of the people, and they both fight as well as speak for the freedom of our people and children. The Symbionese Federation and the Symbionese Liberation Army is made up of the aged, youth, and women and men of all races and 307. Appendix. People. The name Symbionese is taken from the word symbiosis, and we define its meaning as a body of dissimilar bodies and organisms living in deep and loving harmony and partnership in the best interest of all within the body. We of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA define ourselves by this name because it states that we are no longer willing to allow the enemy of all our people and children to murder, oppress, and exploit us, nor define us by color and thereby maintain division among us, but rather have joined together under black and minority leadership in behalf of all our different races and people to build a better and new world for our children and people's future. We are a united front and federated coalition of members from the Asian, Black, Brown, Indian, White, Women, Gray and Gay liberation movements, who have all come to see and understand that only if we unite and build our new world and future, will there really be a future for our children and people. We of the people and not the ruling capitalist class, will build a new world and system, where there is really freedom and a true meaning to justice and equality for all women and men of all races and people, and an end to the murder and oppression, exploitation of all people. We of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA are the children of all oppressed people, who have decided to redefine ourselves as a Symbionese race and people. Yet, recognizing the rich cultures of each and enforcing our rights to existence of our many cultures within a united federation of independent and sovereign nations, each of them flourishing and protected by its own laws and codes of self-determination. We are of many colors, but yet of one mind, for we all in history's time on this earth have become part of each other in suffering and in mind, and have agreed that the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our children and people must end now, for we all have seen the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our people for too long under the hand of the same enemy and class of people and under the same system. Knowing this, the Symbionese Federation and the SLA know that our often murderous alienation from each other aids and is one of the fundamental strengths behind the ruling capitalist class's ability to murder and oppress us all. By not allowing them to define us by color, and also recognizing that by refusing ourselves to also internalize this false division definition, knowing that in mind and body we are facing the same enemy and that we are all comrades of one people, the Moor. 308. Appendix. Dared and oppressed, we are now able to become a united people under the Symbionese Federation and make true the words of our codes of unity that to die a race, and be born a nation, is to become free. Therefore, we of the Symbionese Federation and the SLA do not under the rights of human beings submit to the murder, oppression, and exploitation of our children and people, and do under the rights granted to the people under the Declaration of Independence of the United States, do now by the rights of our children and people and by force of arms and with every drop of our blood, declare revolutionary war against the fascist capitalist class, and all their agents of murder, oppression and exploitation. We support by force of arms the just struggles of all oppressed people for self-determination and independence within the United States and the world. And hereby offer to all liberation movements, revolutionary workers' groups, and people's organizations our total aid and support for the struggle for freedom and justice for all people and races. We call upon all revolutionary black and other oppressed people within the fascist United States to come together and join the Symbionese Federation and fight in the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. 309. New meaning to life and love. The goals of the Symbionese Liberation Army: to unite all oppressed people into a fighting force and to destroy the system of the capitalist state and all its value systems. To create in its place a system and sovereign nations that are in the total interest of all its races and people, based on the true affirmation of life, love, trust, and honesty, freedom and equality that is truly for all. 2. To assure the rights of all people to self-determination and the rights to build their own nation and government, with representatives that have shown through their actions to be in the interest of their people. To give the right to all people to select and elect their own representatives and governments by direct vote. 3. To build a People's Federated Council, who will be a male and female of each People's Council or sovereign nation of the Symbionese Federation of Nations, who shall be the representatives of their nations in the forming of trade pacts and unified defense against any external enemy that may attack any of the free nations of the Federation and to form other aids to each other's needs. 4. To aid and defend the cultural rights of all the sovereign nations of the Symbionese Federation, and to aid each nation in the building of educational and other institutions to meet and serve this need for its people. 5. To place the control of all the institutions and industries of each nation into the hands of its people. To aid sovereign nations of the Federation to build nations where work contributes concretely to the full interest and needs of its workers and the communal interest of its communities and its people and the mutual interest of all within the Federation of Nations. 6. To aid and defend the rights of all oppressed people to build nations which do not institute oppression and exploitation, but rather institute the environment of freedom and defend that freedom on all levels and for all of the people, and by any means necessary. 7. To give back to all people their human and constitutional rights, liberty, equality, and justice and the right to bear arms in the defense of these rights. 8. To create a system where our aged are cared for with respect, love. 311. Appendix. And kindness and aided and encouraged to become assets in their own ways to their nations and to their communal community. That the life that moves around them is not a frightening and murderous one and where life is not a fear, but rather one of love and feeling and of unity. 9. To create a system and laws that will neither force people into nor force them to stay in personal relationships that they do not wish to be in, and to destroy all chains constituted by legal and social laws of the capitalist state which act as a reinforcing system to maintain this form of imprisonment. 10. To create institutions that will aid, reinforce, and educate the growth of our comrade women and aid them in making a new true and better role to live in life and in the defining of themselves as a new and free people. 1. To create new forms of life and relationships that bring true meanings of love to people's relationships, and to form communes on the community level and bring the children of the community into being the responsibility of the community, to place our children in the union of real comradeship and in the care and loving interest of the revolutionary community. 12. To destroy the prison system, which the capitalist state has used to imprison the oppressed and exploited, and thereby destroy the love, unity, and hopes of millions of lives and families. And to create in its place a system of comradeship and that of group unity and education on a communal and revolutionary level within the community, to bring home our daughters and sons, and sisters, and brothers, fathers and mothers and welcome them home with love and a new revolutionary comradeship of unity. 13. To take control of all state land and that of the capitalist class and to give back the land to the people. To form laws and codes that safeguard that no person can own the land, or sell the land, but rather the nation's people own the land and use it for their needs and interest to live. No one can own or sell the air, the sky, the water, the trees, the birds, the sun, for all of this world belongs to the people of this earth. 14. To take controls of all buildings and apartment buildings of the capitalist class and fascist government and then to totally destroy the rent system of exploitation. 15. To build a federation of nations, who shall formulate programs and unions of actions and interests that will destroy the capitalist value system and its other anti-human institutions and who will be able to do this by meeting all the basic needs of all of the people and their nations. For they will be all able to do this because each nation will. 312. Appendix. have full control of all of its industries and institutions and does not run them for profit, but in the full interest of all the people of its nation. 16. To destroy all forms and institutions of racism, sexism, ageism, capitalism, fascism, individualism, possessiveness, competitiveness, and all other such institutions that have made and sustained capitalism and the capitalist class system that has oppressed and exploited all of the people of our history. By this means and the mutual aid and unity of each nation within the Symbionese Federation, will each nation be able to provide to each person and couple and family free of cost the 5 basic needs of life, which are food, healthcare, housing, education, and clothing, and in this way allowing people to be able to find and form new values and new systems of relationships and interests based on a new meaning to life and love. 313. The War Council. The United Symbionese War Council. Terms of military/political alliance. Our commitment to the revolutionary struggle for self-determination for all oppressed people and races and the international proletarian revolution is total and fully uncompromisable. Therefore, any relationship the Symbionese War Council has with any group or organization is based on their active military/political commitment to the goal of gaining freedom for all oppressed people and races. 1. Our alliance with any group or organization is based upon their firm decision to fight as well as talk in behalf of the people's interest, and once this commitment is clear then we can come together in order to 1. Collectively develop a common strategy. 2. Work together to develop tactical coordination. 3. Assist each other in developing the abilities and talents of all the members of the Symbionese War Council and to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the leadership in order to constantly better all aspects of the ability and actions of the War Council, and its individual leadership from other organizations. 2. Command positions of the War Council are subject to the approval of all members of the Council, based upon the military/political thinking and ability of the presented officer to work with others in the interest of freedom for all people and races. 3. Command positions in the War Council are not appointed by one who knows, one's sex, one's color or by the group or organization one belongs to, but only by one's courage, determination, intelligence, aggressive initiative, and capability as a leader and one's military/political thinking. 4. All members of the War Council are expected and fully are responsible for the military/political leadership of the SLA, they must fight and speak for the people and this must be understood clearly by all members. 5. No member of the War Council can elect or select himself or herself to a position such as the head of a government or People's Council. The War Council is totally an alliance of war against the common enemy. 315. Appendix. The people themselves shall have and hold the only right to select and elect their governments and government heads of state. 6. It is not the policy of the War Council to rip off leadership or membership from other organizations, but rather it is the policy of the War Council to aid and support the development and education of leadership to fulfill truly its responsibility to the people, and to allow the collective intelligence, leadership, and resourcefulness of the leadership from different organizations and groups to flourish together and grow together, thereby forming an area where the collective interests and needs as well as weaknesses and strengths of each can benefit each in the common struggle to liquidate the common enemy. 7. A successful military force is a necessity for actualizing political goals, and must therefore be held as a priority. Therefore, the true assistance in the supplying of military equipment, materials, finances, and personnel is of the utmost importance. Once these forces have fully committed themselves to open and total warfare against the common enemy, and members of the War Council must understand this clearly. 8. Leadership of any group of organization which is truly committed and in agreement with the goals of the SLA and the terms of military/political alliance may be presented to the War Council. However, the presented officer's membership is not confirmed until it is verified that prior to presentation for membership a combat action has been taken part in by that group or organization within the past 12 months. 9. Once the War Council collectively agrees to an action or plan of Strategy then that action shall be understood as an action of the SLA, and not of any single group or organization. Just as the fingers cannot call themselves a fist, and the fist cannot call itself the fingers. From time to time the membership on the War Council may disagree upon a particular action or strategy. When in disagreement, that particular membership need not participate in the SLA action, but membership on the War Council is maintained only as long as all commitments made to the collective Symbionese War Council are continued to be fully adhered to. It is the disagreeing group or organization's responsibility to, on its own, prove out their ideas in order to change or modify its own or the collective War Council's direction. 10. It is the policy of the War Council not to involve itself in the internal political affairs of disagreements that may result within different organizations or groups. However, the War Council recognizes and accepts membership to the council of any military/political unit, cell, or organization that qualifies and shall recognize them as true representatives of that particular organization or group. It is the collective policy of the War Council that the failure of the elected leadership to fulfill her or his revolutionary responsibility as far as the War 316J Appendix Council is concerned shall be totally the responsibility of the elected leader and not that of the War Council. 11. Organizations or groups that wish to serve in combat units must select 2 persons, 1 female and 1 male, if possible, who have full responsibility and authority to act and represent their group or organization and who will hold a command position in the unified command of the United Symbionese War Council. All members of the Symbionese War Council must clearly understand that our commitment is total and our goal is the total freedom of the people and children and the destroying totally of the common enemy. Therefore, it is held that any restraining of supplies or other war materials etc. for political reasons or reactionary reasons or political chess games with the enemy, by any officer or other person in the War Council that by its actions endangers the lives of the women and men of the Symbionese Liberation Army shall be held as a full and total violation of this alliance pact and compromising with the enemy and the freedom and life of the people and children and therefore is punishable by death. To those who would bear the hopes and future of the people, let the voice of their guns express the words of freedom. Gen. Field Marshal. CIN. SLA. 317. Willing to die. Tactical Support Units. Each cell of the SLA Tactical Support Units is composed of elements of other organizations and groups and individuals. Under the strategy of the SLA it is totally impossible to follow the egotistic aspirations of many leaders of political organizations, since they continue to organize new organizations every time one falls apart, when they fail to understand that the people always organize to fight the enemy. When leaders fail to start the fight, then the people fall from that organization. To continue in this manner is totally reactionary, egotistic, opportunist and anti-revolutionary, since to do so only allows for the continued grouping and regrouping of the same revolutionary people for the fight that never comes and with the only purpose of organizing. This is totally anti-revolutionary, for within the true purpose of revolution there is only 2 deep purposes, to destroy the enemy and free the people. This in itself means the need for an army of the people that fights the enemy. In order to organize, one must organize in support of something. One does not organize in support of having or belonging to or just to organize, but rather one must have a purpose to organize around, and since in revolution it is the purpose to organize to fight the enemy and to support those who fight on the front lines, it is then clear that the people organize to fight and destroy the enemy. They do not organize to fight the enemy and then when it comes time to fight, claim that to fight the enemy will endanger the organization, for this would show them to be lovers of positions and the organization and not true revolutionaries who love the people and children. Since you, as members of the people, have organized to fight the enemy, for the reason that you are and do love the people, then it is clear to you where your true responsibility is, and that it is to join and support those who are in the front lines fighting the enemy of us all, regardless of what color, group, or organization they belong to, for the people are just this, they are not organization or color or group, they are the oppressed, exploited, and the murdered, they are those we love, and for whom we, if needed, are willing to die. They are our children. Therefore, it is now for you as lovers of the people to select in what area you are able and willing to fight in or give support to, either in 319J. Appendix. The combat units or support units of the SLA. The choice is yours alone, either to be and show yourselves as lovers of the people and our children and true to the word revolutionary, or as egotistic opportunists and lovers of a group and organization and enemies of the people. 320. 7 Aims. Umoja. La Unidad, unity. To strive for and maintain unity in our household, our nation, and in the Symbionese Federation. Cujacagulia, la libre determination, self-determination, to define ourselves, name ourselves, speak for ourselves and govern ourselves. Ujima, trabajo colectivo y. Responsabilidad, collective work and responsibility, to build and maintain our nation and the Federation together by making our brothers and sisters and the Federation's problems our problems and solving them together. Ujama, producción cooperativa, cooperative production, to build and maintain our own economy from our skills and labor and resources, and to ensure ourselves and other nations that we all profit equally from our labor. Nia, proposito, purpose, to make as our collective vocation the development and liberation of our nation, and all oppressed people, in order to restore our people and all oppressed people to their traditional greatness and humanity. Kumba, creativo, creativity. To do all we can, as best we can, in order to free our nation and defend the Federation and constantly make it and the earth that we all share more beautiful and bani. Official. Imani, faith, to believe in our unity, our leaders, our teachers, our people, and in the righteousness and victory of our struggle and the struggle of all oppressed and exploited people. 321. Meaning of the Cobra symbol. The emblem of the Symbionese Liberation Army is 170,000 years old, and it is one of the first symbols used by people to signify God and life. The two bottom heads on each side of the cobra represent the 4 principles of life, the sun, the moon, the earth, and the water. The 3 center heads represent God and the universe, and are called the Godhead. The number 7 as embracing all the universal forces of God and life can be traced to the Egyptian temples and their 7 pillars, to the 7 candles of the pre-Zionist, North African religions, to the Buddhist and Hindu religions, and to the North and South American Indian religions. This is because the 7 principles explain the interrelationships of life, of the family and the state, of the human anatomy and the universe. And because the basic principle behind any kind of union and series of relationships must be equally accessible to all concerned, we see why the 7 heads of the cobra have but one body. The thoughts and purpose in each of the 7 heads of the cobra penetrate its common body and soul, and from this we see how the source of the cobra's survival lies not in any individual head, but rather in the relationship and unity of all the heads to each other. The Symbionese Liberation Army has selected the 7-headed cobra as our emblem because we realize that an army is a mass that needs unity in order to become a fighting force, and we know that true unity among people must be based upon a concern that is universal. It is a revolutionary unity of all people against a common oppressor enemy of the people. This unity of 7 heads in one body defines the essence of cooperation and socialism in the great undertaking of revolutionary war. Through the Puritan capitalist ethics of competition, individualism, fascism, racism, sexism, and imperialism, the enemy is attacking us. This enemy functions by means of attacking one race or group among us in an attempt to force us into submission and division and isolation from each other. From these attacks, we have learned that our common enemy will not stop until we come together to stop him, for he lives off the murder and oppression of our divided and therefore defenseless people. We have chosen the 7-headed cobra as the emblem of the SLA because our forces are from every walk of life, From every religion, and of every race, and by our unity does our strength and our common. 323. Appendix. Goal for freedom from the chains of capitalism. Make true the meaning of our 7 principles of unity. Our military and political strength arises from the masses of all our people, for when the people are at one in their inmost body, they shatter even the hardest of iron or of bronze, and when the people understand each other in their inmost heart, their words are sweet and strong. The 7 memberships of our federation are men and women who are black, brown, yellow, red, white, young and old. Each of these members joins together and speaks and fights for the best interests of all within the body, just as one head of the cobra can be attacked without the others rising to strike with venom in self-defense to destroy the attacker. Each head of the cobra stands in organic need of all the others in order to maintain its survival. From this example of the necessity of unity in order to survive, the SLA will build and fight for the socialist unity of all oppressed peoples. A cry from any one of us will echo in the body of our common ear, and we will attack out of instinct, and in self-defense, for our survival. And with the venom of our 7 heads we will destroy the fascist insect which preys upon the life of the people, and with the minds of our 7 heads, and the spirit of our one body and soul, we will secure a future for our children. 324. Codes of War of the United Symbionese Liberation Army. Penalty by death. All charges that face a death penalty shall be presented to a jury trial made up of the members of the guerrilla forces. The jury shall be selected by the charged and the judge conducting the trial shall be selected by the charged also. The charged shall select his or her defense, and the trial judge shall select the prosecutor. The jury shall number at least %ths of the remaining members of the cells, and the verdict must be unanimous. 1. The surrender to the enemy. 2. The killing of a comrade or disobeying orders that result in the death of a comrade. 3. The deserting of a comrade on the field of war. A. Leaving a team position, thereby not covering a comrade. B. Leaving a wounded comrade. 4. The informing to the enemy or spying against the people or guerrillas. 5. Leaving a cell unit or base camp without orders. Any comrade may leave the guerrilla forces if she or he feels that they no longer feel the courage or faith in the people and the struggle that we wage. A comrade, however, must follow the codes of war in doing this, that is, he or she must inform the commanding guerrilla of their wish to go from the guerrilla force. Thereupon, the guerrilla in command will release them in a safe area. The ex-combatant may only. 325. Appendix. Leave with his or her personal sidearm. Remember, this is the only way a comrade may leave the SLA, any other way is deserting, punishable by death. 6. All paid or unpaid informants operating within the community against the people and the guerrilla forces are sentenced without trial to immediate death. Penalty by disciplinary action. Disciplinary action should be primarily to aid the collective growth of the cell, so that through positive action the mistake is understood. All charges that face disciplinary action shall be under the full control of the guerrilla in command, and she or he shall weigh all evidence and shall decide the verdict, and if needed, direct the disciplinary action to be taken by the charged comrade necessary to direct him or her. Examples of disciplinary action are, the cleaning and maintenance of all cell arms, ammunition, and explosives for 1 week, the upkeep of outhouses, the full suspension of wine or cigarettes, and extra duties such as additional watches, practice and study periods, correspondence, filing, typing, washing, cleaning, cooking, and physical exercises. 1. Lack of responsibility and determined decisiveness in following orders. 2. Non-vigilance or the leaving of an assigned post without orders. 3. Lack of responsibility in maintaining equipment or proficiency in all guerrilla skills, especially shooting. 4. The use of any UN medically prescribed drug, This rule relates to the use of such drugs as heroin, speed, peyote, mescaline, reds, pep pills, whites, yellow jackets, bennies, dexies, goofballs, LSD, and any other kind of hallucinatory drugs. However, permission is granted for the use of only two types of relaxing drugs. These are marijuana, and or beer and wine and other AL. 326. Appendix. Cohol. This permission is only granted when approved by the guerrilla in command, and with very restraining use only. No officer may grant the use of any of these said drugs to the full number of forces under his or her command. If this permission is granted, only half the force will be allowed to take part, while the other half will stand guard duty. The past has shown once true revolutionaries have seriously undertaken revolutionary arms struggle. Marijuana and alcohol are not used for recreational purposes or to dilute or blur the consciousness of reality, but very small amounts for medicinal purposes to calm nerves under times of tension, not to distort reality. 5. The failure to sever all past contacts or failing to destroy all evidence of identification or association. Penalty by disciplinary action. 6. Killing of an unarmed enemy. In this instance the enemy refers to members of USA rank and file only and not to any members of the CIA, FBI, or other special agents or any city, political police state agents. Members of the USA military rank and file are to be accorded this distinction because we recognize that many of them have been forced into membership either directly, through the draft, or indirectly due to economic pressures. 7. Tortures or sexual assault on either a comrade or people or the enemy. 8. Criminal acts against the poor comrades or guerrilla forces. 9. Malicious cursing of any kind of disrespect to those in command, a comrade, or the people. 10. Deceiving or lying to fellow comrades or the people. If any of these acts are committed on a continuous basis, the charged comrade shall become a prisoner of the cell and shall remain in this prisoner's status until such time as she or 327. Appendix. He is able to prove their renewed commitment to revolutionary discipline and revolutionary principles, or the charged may request to be dishonorably discharged. Conduct of guerrilla forces towards the enemy soldiers and prisoners. 1. Prisoners of war shall be held under the international codes of war. They shall be provided with adequate food, medical aid, and exercises. 2. All USA military rank and file forces shall be allowed to surrender upon our conditions of surrender, and thereupon they shall be carefully searched and interrogated. All prisoners are to receive instruction on the goals of the Symbionese Liberation Army, then released in a safe area. 3. All weapons, medical, and food supplies, maps, military equipment and money are to be confiscated and turned into the guerrilla in charge. 4. Under no conditions shall any rank and file enemy soldier be relieved of his or her personal property. Conduct of guerrilla forces towards the people. All guerrilla forces shall conduct themselves in a manner of respect toward the people, and shall, when able and safe to do so, provide food and other aid to the people. They shall, when possible, inform the people of the goals of the United Symbionese Federation and encourage other women and men to join our forces and to serve the people and fight for freedom. All comrades have one main responsibility, that is to struggle and win and stand together, so no comrade stands alone. All must look out for each other, all must aid the other black, brown, red, yellow, white, man or woman, all or none.